Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Committee of the Whole for February 19th. Athlum Squamish, please to look Flat Squamish, welcome to the Squamish Nation Traditional Territory. Motion to adopt the agenda, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favour, opposed, motion carries. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish on June 18th, 2019. We meet tonight on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Motion to adopt the agenda, Councillor. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favour, opposed, motion carries. Any notice of motion? Seeing none, we have 4 delegations tonight. First up is Ann Kadwell, Executive Director of the Downtown BIA. You want to come forward and to the podium or have a seat, whichever you like.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us this evening. I will make this brief because I know you fit us in and I appreciate the time that you've taken. We're here tonight to ask for a bit of financial assistance with regards to our Canada Day celebrations. The DSBIA wanted to represent our entire country this year and the community. This is a community-wide celebration, and therefore we've decided to, as you are all aware, do some programming outside of our catchment with the goal intended to include everyone in Squamish. Also last year we had an overwhelming response from the population of fireworks. The only safe place to have fireworks is in Brennan Park. So we chose to move that direction. With that came a little bit more expense than what we were expecting. We have to pay for a generator, security for that generator on site. That's a big chunk of it. We also have our electrical permits and the electrician, and of course the usual setup, which is our sound system, tent, stage, and of course the toilets, etc. It's my board, myself, and my committee's envision to have an amazing Canada Day where we can show the world what we are all about. This is a day to celebrate our individuality, our community, our culture, and our country. It's time for us to show everybody what Squamish is all about. And I think it's starting to happen now. Our community has been involved in way of some sponsorship, so we're getting there. And the more and more we move forward, I really feel that the community is starting to come together for this special day. Sorry, I have Bryan here, who's also on our committee, and Jesse, who is our event manager in the back. And we're asking for approximately $5,000.
Sorry?
$5,000.
So it says 11,000.
Right, but I was trying to show approximately how much our expenses were going to be.
Okay. Council, questions?
So we had an ask during community enhancement grants for a greater amount than we actually allocated, and I'm just wondering how much that ask was and just that differential and how that compares with this new ask. Do we know?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Christine Matthews, Chief Financial Officer. We had a request from the BIA during our community grant enhancement process of $40,000 cash at $6,500 in kind. Council granted $15,000 cash and $6,500 in in-kind services, and that was to support Canada Day, Pumpkin Patch in the park, and the Christmas Parade.
Councillor Stoner? Any other questions? Was that amount higher than the year before?
Thank you. The request was higher than the year before. The granting was a little bit higher in the in-kind element. It was $5,000 the year before and $6,500 in 2019, and the cash request was the same, $15,000.
Do we have money left in council contingency?
You do have some, depending, I believe there's a few things in the hopper. We have, I'll just be right with you. We have approximately $28,000 left for the remainder of the year.
Councillor Stoner?
Thanks for coming in and presenting. I know that during our deliberations of the community enhancement grants, we did have you come in and speak a little bit about the increase that you guys asked for, so a full 40,000 in cash as well as the 6,500 in kind. Part of that was in terms of supporting a bigger vision for the Canada celebration at that time. If I remember the council relations correctly, we weren't willing to support that level of growth in the Canada celebration. So I'm curious where you guys are falling with regards to the scale and the scope of the event, more broadly as well as just the priorities.
Why did we decide to go with the second venue?
No, if you're still pursuing that larger scale of event for Canada.
We're trying our best to do it, even with a very limited and smaller budget. And again, it was because we were trying to appeal to the community. Yeah, we're trying to do it. It's just almost the same budget. But.
What about corporate contributions?
Right, so we do have some corporate sponsorship, Solterra as well as Ravenwoods. So we have sought some corporate sponsorship. We have some great in-kind contributions from the Chief, Mountain FM, Save On Foods, Backcountry. Oh, there's a lot.
Woodfiber LNG.
Woodfiber LNG, what else?
Heritage Grant.
Heritage Grants, thank you. So we have, and we are continuing to seek sponsorship of some aspects. So we're trying our best.
Councillor Anderson?
During our discussion of the grant in the community grant application, I regret at the time that we did not discuss, or we more or less made the assumption that the beneficiary and of the Canada Day, the organization of it was being taken on by the BIA for the BIA in the downtown Round community. But in fact, over the years, and being earlier with the Chamber, there have been a number of organizations involved in producing or undertaking Canada Day. And really, the BIA is here undertaking Canada Day last year and this year by default. The beneficiaries of the event are well beyond the downtown and beyond in terms of organizations, BIA. So I'd like to give favorable consideration to an allocation to this Canada Day, and I'd also like to suggest that we should refer community festivals like Canada Day to the upcoming Arts, Culture, and Heritage Strategy, considering that what they mean for the community and the many organizations that participate in them and benefit from them. We really don't have a community strategy for an event like Canada Day, and it's simply too much for one organization, the Chamber, or another, the BIA, to take it all on. We need a new solution, but in the interim, I'm happy to consider some allocation towards the BIA effort this year for Canada Day.
Councillor Fred?
Thank you. Yeah, during when we looked at all of our community grants, we went through quite a few very good applications, and some hard choices were made there. So I'm having a hard time with revisiting this one again, although I acknowledge that it is a lot of work to put on these festivals. But maybe can you speak to the amounts that were supplied and how you've budgeted those out over the events that you've had? I see you've got some documents here about the expenses, but
The documents which you have in front of you are for the Brennan Park.
Yeah. So I'm curious about
Okay.
because the district's put some money in, and I'm not sure how.
Right.
You're splitting them percentage-wise, or?
So in the past, we have split it over the 3 events. Approximately 70% went to Canada Day, 10% went to Pumpkin Patch in the park, and then the rest, which is 20%, went to the Santa Claus Parade. This year, we're putting 100% into Canada Day.
Okay. Council, this is a delegation, and we've got 3 others, and then we've got a public hearing. So would someone like to move something forward? Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I would like to move that the $5,000 from the district council or district contingency be allocated for candidate 2019. I'm hoping to consideration of conditions or matching funds, but I think that I'll do that for starters. I'll make that motion, $5,000 from contingency for candidate 2019.
Is there anyone that wants to second that one? Councilor Rice, you'll second that? You want to speak to it? Councilor Anderson?
Yes, I think that there are challenges relating to our lack of, a community platform for undertaking an event like this. A community platform that could do a better job than what we're able to do thus far in mustering support from the corporate sector, from other organizations, the in-kind contributions that can happen. In conversations over the last week with some of the people involved in the candidate, we've been able to point to some potential solutions, but we're not there yet, or the organizers are not there yet. And at the time, I felt that the cut that we gave to the, made from the recommendation there was harsh. And considering the overwhelming success the candidate has been the last couple of years with many, in fact, thousands of community participants involved, I would recommend that we give this support at this time.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice, you want to speak to the motion?
Briefly, I echo the comments and Councilor Anderson, but and this is one of those days, I think, that celebrations that goes way beyond just the downtown EIA area. And so I think it is worthy of general community support. So I'm happy to support that.
Thank you.
Councilor Rice?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this because a few months ago we considered this request and we made the decision on it at that time. And it's really unfortunate that 2 weeks before the event we now are looking at this and having to make a decision on whether we're going to fund Canada's national birthday or not. As I speak, I'm not sure which way I'm going to vote on this. I want us to have a great celebration for Canada Day. And I also don't want to send a message that if you're a community organization that applied for a grant and didn't get the full amount in the original discussions, you could come back 2 weeks before your event and ask to have your original request fulfilled. So I think I would request that the BIA and other community groups that could support Canada Day start thinking about 2020 now, so that we're not in this situation next year when it comes around this time.
Councilor Stoner?
Thank you. I won't be voting in support of the motion that's on the floor, not for lack of support for the work that's gone on and the amount of volunteer hours that go into putting these events on. I recognize how much work it is, and I do think that there's huge value in community celebration. In light of the process that we go through every year with community enhancement grants, as Councillor Herbert mentioned, we've had to make a lot of really difficult decisions about where that money was going. And we did have a conversation with the BIA at that time around how we felt we were able to support the Canada Day Parade as well as the other things that the BIA puts on. And I think at that stage we were relatively clear that we were willing to support at the level that we were providing. We still provided $15,000 of cash and $6,500 in kind. And I think that that is sufficient at this time.
Councilor Herbert?
Thank you. Yeah, that being the first time going through the granting process was a bit of an eye-opener for me. We had a lot of hard choices to make, a lot of very worthy community projects and events, and we, in that context, we made the adjustments that we probably could at that time, and I'm not going to be supporting this, and I don't think that, as Councillor French touched on, just having that, being able to come back again after we've gone through the very fulsome discussion and weighing out all of our priorities and made our decisions. So I feel like we thought about this quite a bit during the grant process. So that's still where I am today.
I think I would echo the sentiment of my colleagues more recently speaking. And And I also have some concerns that, you know, this presumes 100% of the allocation for this one event. And, you know, we talked about this money's supporting, without the $5,000, 3 events. And so, you know, I can only presume this leaves us in a pretty challenging situation for the next 2 events on top of that if we proceed with this. So I'm not comfortable with this ask at this time.
I'm not going to support the motion, certainly not for $5,000. I'm probably willing to do a lesser amount, but not a full amount for the reasons my colleagues have stated. So I'd like to put an amendment on the floor that we support the BIA to the tune of $1,500, and then they can raise the rest from other means if they can make their budget. So does anyone want to second that amendment?
I'll second that amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing that? Yeah.
I still have concerns about the other 2 events and where that leaves us and our expectations with those if we proceed with what you're proposing.
Okay, so you're going to vote against the amendment?
I think at this point.
Okay, so on the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Pettengill, Stoner, and Herford opposed. Motion carries. So on the main motion that the District of Squamish support the BIA with $1,500 grant in aid. That's the motion on the floor now.
Cash.
Amendment, now it's amendment.
From 1,500. Cash or in kind? Cash or in
That's
kind?
cash. You have a question? You're looking at
What's the main motion again?
main motion on the floor is now $1,500. Did I move that?
You did.
Seconded by?
Councilor Anderson.
All right.
That was the amendment.
On the amendment.
The amendment's
We approved the
voted.
amendment.
The
The
amendment
first
was
motion was moved by Councilor Anderson, seconded by Councilor Race.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilors Herford, Pettengill, French, and Stoner opposed. Motion fails. Sorry.
Thank you.
Next up, cannabis licensing problems. Mr. Reiser. On the seat or at the podium, just don't touch the microphone. That's all I ask. All right. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And I would have liked to put Cannabis Licensing Solutions. Raise your hand. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I will be quick. The District of Squamish, make no mistake, is a pioneer and will forever be in the history books as the first municipality in BC to approve a legal cannabis store, which is not insignificant. This feather in our cap is to be proud of. It was an exciting time, as we were told getting municipal approval was the biggest hurdle, and the permit would arrive any day. That was 9 long months ago. As you're aware, this delay has caused significant issues on a policy planning level, not to mention personal and financial level to the district and greater community. I would like to hear your thoughts on how best to communicate with the appropriate provincial ministers and staff on the very real economic and social ramifications these delays are having on our community. Being a new process, many communities are taking many different approaches. Some have directed staff to forego any government stores in favor of locally owned independent stores, while some have said no to everything. From my end, I think it prudent at least to have staff halt any talks with people, whether regarding the province, to open their own stores until the current files are dealt with. I must also communicate a very real concern at this time in our community regarding uninterrupted safe access. It would relieve a significant amount of people in this town, it's a lot of stress, if in our community, if you were to also communicate to the Solicitor General that the current location is to remain open until the new store is operational. Or if they say, no, you're done, you're not getting a new store, then that's fine, it's done. But until that, there cannot be a lack in safe access. Far too many people in this community dearly I look forward to having lots of local products available in the new shop and I am proud of continuing my role of supporting our community by providing uninterrupted, safe access to cannabis. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? Mr. Ryan? Councilor?
The process that you've undertaken for
Yes.
have you received any updates or communication or requests for further documentation or feedback or any
Months ago. I've been told lots of things over the last year. I mean, it's this process, I've now been in it a year, and I've heard tons of different things from tons of different people. Anytime information was asked for me, I had it to them within the day. I've heard, we're working on your application, then I've got phone calls saying, we're allowed to work on your application again. So I really think that they're not giving me the answers that, I'm here today. I want to be here as much as you guys want me to be here. It would have been really nice if this had gone smoother, and I do really think that an encouraging letter, again, reinforcing the significant planning issues, like you guys can't do your jobs if they're not doing theirs. So perhaps a polite or stern or a note that say, hey, come on, like Squamish was the first municipality in the province before even the legal store in Kamloops. We did it first, mostly because I got that variance really early. Yeah, it's ridiculous that we're still waiting. Like it's not, you can't properly plan a community in these situations. And hopefully you guys can get information that they're not giving to me.
Any other questions? Councilor Daniel?
Just, do we have any information from our side about what holdups might be, or, it's all on the province's end and we're waiting as well at this point? Is that...
Yeah, my understanding is that once we give our approval, it's really, that's the biggest part of the process. The rest is paperwork, and once we give our okay, then that's the biggest hurdle, I think.
Yeah, I've been told that as well. I mean, I have our MLA, Jordan Sturdy, is in almost daily contact saying, what can I do to help? And our CMP, I'm talking to all the time, saying, we support you, how can we help? It's
So through staff, we do have an application from the province for their own store.
I believe we have, or we've provided comments on that.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Nishkis, Mr. Blackwell.
Hi, my name is Jonas Nishkis with Community Planning. So we've had inquiries from the provincial applicant. I don't believe we have any applications at this point. We just inquiries.
Okay, thank you. Council? Well, I'll move a motion to write a letter on behalf of the District of Squamish asking the province to deal with the applications that are sitting in front of them from our citizens before we entertain our provincial store. Seconded by Councilor Stoner. Any other comments? Well, you're not part of the vote.
no, sorry. Old habits.
Old habits. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Last word.
Is it possible at all to also mention contacting the Solicitor General about the uninterrupted safe access? It's very, very important. A lot of people are losing they really need there to be uninterrupted access. So the worry is that the enforcement is going to come, close the store before the other ones are open. And that will be, that will cause significant hardship in our community.
I will move that we contact the Solicitor General with concerns around continued safe access to medical or to marijuana.
Second by Councilor Burton. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Squamish Trail Society and Squamish Senior Society on municipal maintenance for Revitalized lawn bowling site. Who is speaking this evening?
Good day, my name is Jim Gracie, and the Squamish Senior Center Society has asked me to put together a grant application.
Jim? Thank you. You can stand at the podium or sit, but the microphones there require you to sit.
Can you hear me without?
Stand,
Just for recording. For recording.
Oh, recording, sorry.
Yeah.
I have agreed to this request as long as a club is being formed and long-term maintenance gets funded. I have an application ready to go to the New Horizons for Seniors program, and it's due on the 21st of June and asking for the maximum of $25K. My purpose today is to ask for a letter supporting this application. A bit of background: the facility was a community amenities contribution of the Eagle Wind subdivision, completed in 1999 and had enjoyed modest success till about 2013. As maintenance dropped, so did the membership, and as the playing field deteriorated, more players stayed away. A veritable catch-22 caused by not funding long-term maintenance. The Revitalization by Seniors project seeks to alleviate the high cost of maintaining a grass surface. The intention is to remove the poor grass, build up and level the subsurface, and fit low-maintenance artificial turf. The recent high demand for residential artificial turf has driven the price considerably downward and has also increased vastly the number of suppliers. Municipal staff had previous quotes for converting this facility to artificial turf averaging about $60K. These quotes included labor and which amounted to about half of the cost. By having volunteers work under supervision of the supplier, we hope to drive down the cost significantly. Can you go to the proposed budget slide? You'll see that the artificial turf is going to come in at about $14K. The gravel and sand actually, excuse me, actually includes a weed barrier and drainage pipe. My conversation with the municipal staff have highlighted the fact that the original construction is basically garbage material with grass on top of it. So we would have to put a proper drainage system in. And then we have to hire some professional leveler, comes in with a laser system, make sure it's perfectly smooth. And then we could do some refurbishing and some signage for the grand total of $25K. A recruiting list already has 52 signatures for establishing a lawn bowling club, and more are likely to come forward when we put some posters up around town. There is enthusiasm for revitalized lawn bowling, and we do have support from the recreational department. The lawn bowling club would assume daily, weekly, and monthly maintenance, and we would hope that the quarterly and annual, which needs expertise and equipment only available at Public Works, would be taken on by the district. And funding for long-term maintenance would ensure the success of this project. In conclusion, I am only asking for a letter of support to the grant application. Thank you. Could you put that last one up? One of the perils of working in the bush. Thank you.
Oh, hold on, I have a question. So through the staff, do we have a sense of what the maintenance for us would be on an artificial turf surface? So I understand that you're just asking for this letter of support for the grant. I don't think that's the issue. I just want to make sure whatever, if we're successful, what we're looking at here.
Yes, Mayor and Council, first of all, the rough capital cost would be somewhere between $60,000 and $75,000. It does create a shortfall from the initial 25 to the 75 that would need to be addressed either through fundraising or different means from the society. The other challenge is around the ongoing operational. So the original cost for maintaining a grass turf field was about $20,000, And in a service restriction year, that was reduced to weekly servicing. And having an artificial turf field is a good thing. And the amount of maintenance would be roughly about the same on a week-to-week basis. It does, however, create a long-term replacement cost as well that should be acknowledged. On what this has about a lifespan of, I believe, about 10-15 years. So that would need to be considered as well. In short, I think it is a good thing to have a artificial turf field. Staff, myself, think it needs to be considered around the operational costs, long-term costs, and the shortfall capital costs when making this commitment.
Well, Mr. Gracie sounds pretty confident it doesn't need to cost $60,000.
I'm very confident because I have bids, quotes from about 8 suppliers ranging from 10K to 22K for just the material. And the local Coast Aggregates can supply all sand and gravel for about $900,000. $900. And then the environmental barrier is another $1,000. And we can put in the plastic piping for roughly 4 or 5K. So with the 25K, I can get an artificial grass put in.
So are staff comfortable, I mean, a letter of support doesn't commit us to any sort of funding at this point. Are staff comfortable if we put forward a letter of support and then ask for this to be referred to budget if they're successful? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are 2 issues here, one of which is the capital shortfall. With respect to that, if we support the grant application, I think it needs to be clear that the project can't start till the capital gap is closed. We can't have a project start that gets halfway through and runs out of money. So we're going to need to resolve that issue before the project starts. The additional operational maintenance, we can refer to the budget, but again, we would need to have some indication that that's going in the budget if we're allowing the project to start 2019. There's a timing issue on both.
Fair enough. Councilor Kadwell?
If this field gets refurbished, is this then, or is it now as well as, will it be a municipal asset, or will this be an asset of the association, of the society?
It would be a district asset that would be programmed by Recreation Services and maintained by Parks. I'll leave it.
Does staff have a preference for the direction they want council to take?
I think there's 3 opportunities, or 3 ways to move forward. Is we say, hold on, let's look at this next year and take advantage of the 2020 grant application. The other one is that we are supportive. We give a letter of support that is contingent, and then the project doesn't start until it's gone through the budget process and our capital concerns are alleviated. So the project can start as late as probably spring 2020 and has about a year to complete. The other is council has some risk management and says we are okay with this and would like to move forward. I feel most comfortable with the middle recommendation or to put it potentially on hold for 2020 budget considerations without addressing any of the shortfall that makes me nervous, and I know makes Parks and others nervous.
Councilor Stoner?
Just seeking clarification on the budget shortfall. So I'm hearing Mr. Gracie say that we can do this for 25K. And our staff saying that that is unrealistic at this point?
Operations, correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's try and move this forward. Councilor Herbert.
Thank you. The 25K application that you're making, we're considering writing a letter for. Are there strings associated with that as far as timing of executing that, or setting that in motion, or spending that money? I don't want to, if there is an opportunity for us to secure some funding, I don't want to I'm interested in that. I'm just curious if it's how that's going to play with the other factors that we have to consider.
The grant application is due on the 21st of June and it's ready to go. And the decision will be made in November, December, and the word will be passed down in January, February, and if approved, the money will flow in February, March.
And then the question then is, does that come with a time frame in which you must spend that? You must spend that money?
It'll be a year from March 20 to March 21.
And I just want to clarify that that grant would be going through the Squamish Trail Society or the Senior Society. It would not be flowing through the district. Is that correct?
We've taken the Squamish Trails right out of it. It's just the Senior Center Society now.
And so the grant funding would be flowing through the Senior Society.
I'm missing the point.
Who would the grant, who would take the funds from
Oh,
the grant?
the funds would come to the Senior Center Society.
Okay, so I'll put forward a motion that council send a letter of support that states that our support is contingent on finding a solution to the full capital costs and operation of the lawn bowling green. Second by Councilor Stoner. Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Gracie. Okay, last but not least, Annie and Trina are here from Housetown Secondary. These are the students. Oh, there's 3 of you. There's another person. Good.
Just two speaking.
Okay. So students are here to talk about their climate action strike demands. So welcome, and feel free to pull up a chair. You don't have to.
No, I'm
Oh, you're good. Okay, great. So over to you, Annie and Trina.
Firstly, thank you, Mayor and Council, for having us. We're coming tonight to speak to you about a global issue and a local issue because it affects us all.
So we want to address that we had a student-led climate strike. We held it on Friday, May 24th, and it was alongside a movement all across the world that day, initiated by a girl named Greta Thunberg. She started it by, well, she was someone who skipped school on her own every Friday to protest climate action, and eventually she grew and she got her word across to the entire world, and her passion has led to a passion that's spread far.
And so on May 24th, we decided to strike alongside her, and about 100 students from our school, Don Ross, and several other schools in the district came to join us, as well as community members, and we wanted to bring awareness to the climate crisis that we are facing and show that everyone can do their part to raise awareness and try and support these kids around the world who are asking for change at all levels of government, because it is not an issue that can be solved by just people. It has to be everyone.
All right, so we hope to influence adults in charge to eventually, like the adults in charge of policies, to make rules to protect our future and our environment.
And so there were 7 demands that we support alongside all the students around the world who striked on that day. And a summary of them would be that we are calling for an emergency plan for climate justice. We want bolder emissions reduction targets, separation of oil and state, a just transition to renewable energy and sustainable transportation infrastructure, environmental rights, indigenous rights, conservation of biodiversity, and protection for vulnerable groups who are at risk due to the effects of climate change.
We also want all levels of government to recognize and declare a climate emergency. And at a provincial or at a municipal level, sorry, that's a embarrassing. But at a municipal level, this means we want to start moving forward with, I guess we were already on this, but eliminating the single-use plastics and accelerating the zero waste strategy. So I guess continuing with that and going through with it. 2, we would also like to ensure that all new development does not degrade the local environment and prioritize developments built to a higher energy efficiency standards. And 3, invest more in transit and bike lanes to get people out of their cars.
Because we recognize, or we hope that everyone recognizes, that the environment is an issue that must be taken seriously and that will ultimately affect our generation and the generations following ours the most, and that change needs to be done now in order for us to keep enjoying beautiful places like Squamish in the future.
Council. So the climate demands are actually on our agenda. They're item 12.
Oh, perfect.
And we can deal with them then, or if council has any questions right now, happy to take those.
So when I had the pleasure of attending the event, and thank you very much for putting on it. It sure seemed like a heck of a lot more than 100 people to me. Looking through the demands, my reading was that there are ones there that are categorized under provincial and federal that we could actually take some action on municipally as well. And so I just wanted to confirm my assumption that where we can take action on all of them, we should do everything we can.
Absolutely.
Did you want us to read them, or?
Can I, is that?
Which?
The additional demands?
Yeah, the students, do you have them?
Yep. So at the provincial level, we would like for a commitment to the implementation of mandatory climate change education. In our schools, actually, we already, especially the elementary schools, there's lots of great teachers who are teaching their students about it, but we want the province and the Ministry of Education to recognize this and put it in the curriculum. Sustainable forestry. BC has beautiful forests and we're taking them away. And an implementation of a provincial zero waste strategy and ban on single-use plastics, like what we're asking for here.
And then at the federal level, we wanted to prioritize a transition towards clean energy through more investment in clean energy technologies and stopping subsidies to fossil fuel industries, as well as taking action on industrial pollution.
Thank you. Councilor Stone.
Just a word of thanks for coming out this evening and for all the work that you've done in terms of putting on the climate action strike. It's really exciting to see these specific requests in writing and really great to see some of the solutions that are coming forward from the students, and I look forward to addressing them more deeply. I'd like to move that these be brought forward for consideration by council at both our mid-year review of our strategic plan as well as during budget deliberations.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Councilor Rice?
Thank you. And I read the demands in the report, and I think, as you noted, I think we are doing some work on the 3 of them, but that's not to say that we've done enough, and there's lots more to do. So thank you for coming and presenting this to us.
All right.
Can I propose an amendment?
Sure.
Would like to propose that we have put forward a successful resolution to the LMLGA, Lower Mainland Local Government Association, to declare a climate emergency. So I think in the near term we should do that here explicitly ourselves.
So your amendment is to add
the declaration of a local climate emergency and bring that.
Might be a better standalone motion, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you hold that, and we'll just go with the original motion that has been put on the floor. So I'll call the question on referring to our mid-year strategic review and budget. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Pettingill.
So I would like to move that we declare a climate emergency locally, but bring back a more formal, at our next regular meeting for discussion, a formal resolution.
So are you proposing that council write that or staff?
That council with the support of staff.
Okay. Anybody second that motion? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. You want to speak to it?
I think it's an important, maybe symbolic and important resolution that a lot of municipalities are doing it, and it's setting the framework even federally, although federal one's a bit strange given the other announcement today. But I think it's setting the challenge before us very explicitly and clearly, and we have a lot of work and to do quickly. So I think it sets that tone.
Thank you. I think it's important to develop a climate emergency motion and have it put before this council. I think the voices of this next generation need to be elevated. They need to be heard. This is the planet that they'll inherit from a lot of inaction from the generations before them. So I will look forward to supporting council to develop that motion and bring it back in a couple of weeks for our consideration. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You got the unanimous support, so congratulations.
Thank you. Wow. And I'd also like to add that it's a topic that's on the minds of all of us, and having such a forward-thinking council, or just a council who cares and recognizes this issue, it's really good to see, and it makes us feel a lot better. So, thank you.
I'm glad we could support that. Thank you, Annie, for coming. Okay, we're back from recess. We're now on item 8B. This is an amended third reading for the Business Park bylaw update that we heard earlier this evening in the public hearing for. So council, public hearings, we can contemplate third reading on the same evening if that's what you want to do. Maybe turn it over to staff to talk about their recommended motion.
So staff are recommending that there be an amended third reading to bylaw 2663 to remove the height increase and the associated setbacks with that from the I-2 rail marshalling zones, rail marshalling zone. Again, it was mentioned in the presentation earlier that the Squamish Nation addressed some concerns with this height increase, so staff are recommending that it be removed and recommend proceeding with the amended third reading.
So, any further questions? Okay, don't see any.
So given that cannabis production is not allowed in the rail marshalling as I-2, based on our current bylaws, is the purpose of adding it here as mainly just to send a signal that it's not, that it's really not allowed? Is that the motivation? Or is it more so that we have an enforcement issue?
Through Mayor, no, it's just to clarify, because it's not apparent and there is already a facility on site. It's so to make it clear, essentially.
Is our intent also not to, our intent I think here in I-2 is to actually protect this land for higher industrial uses.
That's it.
Any other questions or comments? I'll put forward the amended third reading. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. And I'll speak to it. I'm appreciative of the information we heard tonight. I am a little bit nervous about putting this stopgap measure in place because of the growth issues mentioned by folks. But I know that there are people that weren't here tonight that feel quite strongly about protecting more industrial land until we have a strategy laid out that shows them where they can be and how they can access those lands. There's no doubt about it, the business park has become a really vibrant place, but it is also crowding out some uses we don't want to lose in the district, like repair and service facilities, lay down yards, those sorts of things. And we do have to, there are trade-offs, as people mentioned, and I think this stopgap measure balances that. I'm happy to do the consultation with the nation on the rail yards piece in terms of the height and the setbacks to make sure that we get that right. I'm happy with the height increases in the business park. That makes sense to me. And trying to limit uses until we can do a more thorough engagement process. And I know staff will follow up with the folks that were here tonight and make sure that we really do understand their concerns and ways that we might be able to meet them once we get the full zoning bylaw in front of us. You know, it's important for us to understand what success looks like for our different business uses in the district, and I think this conversation around the zoning bylaw will go a long way in helping us understand what the long-term needs are for a number of different users. So I will support that. Councilor Gracie.
Thank you. And I'm going to support this motion as well. I like the original intent, which was to kind of stop a lot of the things that were happening that we thought were a problem, pending the review of the zoning bylaw generally. And while I know that is sort of scheduled for a year, I can understand it drifting off farther than that. Two things popped out at me though, and during this discussion tonight. One is with respect to cannabis production and the buffer zone. And I know we've talked about this before. We've had examples where we really needed a buffer and we had to be quite restrictive. And it's a separate discussion. I don't want to clutter up this bylaw with changing things around that. But we ran into it a little bit with when we had the proposal for an outlet in the, not the Chieftain Center Mall, the Nesters Mall. And when you measure these buffer zones, and in that case it was to a school, you just measured to the end of the property line, and then it was a long way to the school. And so it sounds like there's a little bit of that in this buffer zone as well. If you go to a large piece of property like the BC Rail lands, and that's one lot, and you measure to the edge of it, you're going to catch a lot of properties, whereas the actual operation might be in a far corner of it and outside of it. So we might just separately look at these buffers or perhaps look at them in the zoning bylaw update generally to see if that's appropriate or whether we should be measuring something closer to the actual operation to get a more accurate buffer and rather than sterilize some of these larger pieces of property that might be appropriate for an operation like that otherwise. So that's one comment. The other is around the growth of various things, and I asked questions about it, and I can understand the position where we just can't sort of say it's automatic, it can extend into the next spot and so forth. And it might take a rezoning. And there's only, I guess, about 5 or 6 of these businesses that might expand, but you kind of hate to sort of throttle expansion and growing businesses, and timing can be quite tricky for those. So once again, I didn't want to clutter up this resolution and this bylaw with things around it. What we might consider, if we do have to rezone, or if they would have to rezone an adjoining space to expand, we might consider fast-tracking that. We might consider even reducing fees where it's adjoining an existing business to somehow, over the next year and a half, make that just a more user-friendly process so that we don't throttle growth and put them through, sort of a full-on rezoning, which sometimes is a bit of a burden. And so I'm trying to kind of cover both bases there. Not part of this resolution, not part of this, this bylaw reading, but something we might consider to make these things work.
Councilor Stoner and then Councilor French.
Yeah.
I'll be supporting the motion on the floor with recognition that when we brought this forward, we knew it was a blunt tool to kind of help us get to the piece which I think we heard from the community this evening, which is that we need a more fulsome discussion about what businesses should be taking place in the business park and what lands are available more broadly. I appreciate many of the comments of we should identify industrial lands on the outskirts of town for consideration. The reality is that those lands are extremely limited, and we know that. And so I am really looking forward to the opportunity through the zoning bylaw review to have that more fulsome discussion with the different industrial use businesses. I do think we also heard that there are challenges with the current setbacks and zoning requirements for the cannabis production component, and not to extend the scope and laundry list of things on the zoning bylaw review. I think it's already on there, but if it isn't, then I do think that that's something that should be added in.
Thank you. Councillor French?
I think that the issue in front of us, as it sits, is in the best interest of the community. I think that's where staff has come from in bringing this to us. And one of the things that I've heard in all the feedback is there's some fear out there, fear of uncertainty of where this is going to take some business owners who have been successful and are experiencing success and want to expand. And I think that's a good thing. That's a reflection of a positive business community for Squamish. And then I also am seeing some misinformation that's floating around about the motivation for this and what we're trying to accomplish. And combined with a swift-moving cannabis issue that, daily there seems to be something in the news that has us zigging where we were zagging. So I'll be supportive. I think that while there's some fear out there and there's some hesitation in the business community, this is a temporary situation that's going to get us to a better place ultimately when we start looking at the big picture.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, then Herford, then Penn.
I will be supporting this amended recommendation. We have heard a number of people today and over recent days, but some people that we've been hearing from for over a longer period, also representing successful growing businesses with real dilemmas. We've heard them through the Employment Land Strategy in 2014, the Economic Strategy Working Groups 2 years later, the OCP, where we heard from people, including inside the business park, that wanted or desired the protection of the new industrial business OCP land use category. We've heard people through the public sessions of the Marine Action Strategy outlining their dilemmas, and these are, for example, truck shops or equipment shops. BCR tenants have held meetings, industry associations, the chamber. We've heard correspondence recently. So I think that there's a lot of learning that the community needs to happen in the community between different sectors. And hopefully our process going forward with the zoning bylaw 2020 review will provide that opportunity for that community learning. I would also suggest, as Councillor Stoner has suggested, we need to give attention to lands outside the community and understand them better and do more and communicate better as to what we are doing in complementary initiatives on industrial lands. Finally, cannabis production. We're all learning. I'm learning on micro versus macro. I've heard a lot from particular concerns regarding the impact, in particular, of macro in the BCR yards, impact already on lease rates and on their footprint, is the buildings there. But I've also heard that there's some more pragmatic approaches that might be entertained because this industry has capital and it has cash flow, and there may be some advantages to considering certain applications, not necessarily macro, but perhaps micro. But I think this can be explored through the normal application process, and that we don't need to consider it for this particular bylaw occasion. Finally, the buffer zones, I would agree with Councillor Race. They're a little bit new to me. That was the previous council that addressed those in the Cannabis Omnibus Bill. I'd like to understand that better and to see perhaps whether we have got here an issue of a cookie cutter approach that needs to be examined further. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this as well. I'm also concerned with the craft industry that is blossoming in our business park. It's not clear to me what success looks like for them as well as they look to expand their business and what that means to their neighboring businesses. And I feel strongly we need to take this step now so we don't lose the opportunity to actually positively affect the outcomes specifically for them, as well as the other tenants, and come up with a more fulsome update as we go through our zoning bylaw update. And I hope we keep that same engagement level that we saw tonight, so we can really listen and understand all the different parties and and what we can do there to, find the wins where we can. So I acknowledge this is a bit of a blunt tool, and it is imperfect, and I know that we're working hard to get to that place where there is a better solution, but not doing something now isn't the better solution. So also Councillor Race brought up the point of the rezoning applications for existing businesses. If they, in this period of time, they need to make a move, be very supportive of that as a sort of blanket statement. And if there were ways that we could work on fast tracking that, or some waiving or reducing of fees, or whatever we can do to be supportive of those businesses that are there as they want to continue making investments in the short term, but in the medium term we're going to have some clarity, and that's, to me, that's what this is all about. So I'll be supporting this. I look forward to seeing the work develop over the next year or so.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill.
I find myself waffling a little bit on this one. I remember a few years ago watching a council meeting, and people were talking about incentives and how to get people wanting the business park, and now we have everyone desperate to be in the business park. So we should be probably thankful to a large degree. I guess for me, I have a suspicion that the boat has sort of sailed in terms of the direction of the business park, and the decision made to some degree have been made, and so I have some hesitation on pulling back. But the one thing that makes me think it is so reasonable to pump the brakes a little bit and support this is, even if we do decide that the sorts of business that have organically grown there and are thriving, if that is the direction we want to go forward, then maybe we do need to put some more effort into rethinking walking and active transit and those pieces. Or maybe we do decide, no, we really need to pull back and make this more industrial. And so, like my colleagues have said, this is a bit of a blunt tool. The short time frame makes me comfortable supporting this, but there is some hesitation there.
I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks for your work on this. Council, there's no way we're getting this done in the next 5 minutes. Motion to extend. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Race opposed. Okay.
Do you want me to put that in?
No.
I do. Okay, item C is adoption of our District of Squamish election and assent voting bylaw number 24/2017, amendment bylaw 2675/2019. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So, any unscheduled public attendance? This is anyone who feels they have an issue that can't wait 2 weeks to be heard. Seeing none, we'll move on to our public hearing. So, This is a public hearing for District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2200-2011 amendment bylaw business park update number 2663-2019. I will turn it over to staff for a brief presentation, and then we will go to public hearing. So thank you, Mr. Dan.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bryan Daly, Development and Subdivision Coordinator, and this is Jesse Fletcher, Planner for both Community Planning. We're here tonight to present a zoning bylaw amendment to preserve lands for industrial uses in the business park for public hearing. The business park update is one of two strategic updates to the zoning bylaw that staff are undertaking outside of the comprehensive zoning bylaw update. Staff were directed to undertake this update at the February 12th Committee of the Whole meeting. The amendments were given first and second reading at the May 21st, 2019 regular council meeting. Business Park Update Bylaw 2663 seeks to temporarily curb the growing commercialization of industrial zone parcels in the Sea to Sky Business Park. Staff have drafted a bylaw that establishes the I-11 Business Park Industrial Zone. This zone will apply to the majority of properties in the business park that are currently zoned I-1. These changes seek to address the growing issues that have been observed in the Sea to Sky Business Park. There has been a rapid increase in commercialized tenants in the Sea to Sky Business Park in recent years, primarily with fitness centers and restaurant uses. This has led to the rise of many issues, including increased lease rates. Zoning that supports commercial activities may be driving lease rates up out of reach for some industrial tenants, incompatibility of industrial and commercial uses due to significant fire separation requirements in the BC Building Code. Commercial uses such as fitness centers or restaurants require significantly more parking than light industrial uses, as you can see from this table. Given that the business park is not within walkable distance from most residential neighborhoods and lacks an active transportation infrastructure, many customers drive to these commercial businesses, further reinforcing this issue. As commercial tenancies start occurring in these areas, the storage and laydown space tends to be replaced with required additional parking. On the other hand, anticipating commercial uses in these locations and providing the appropriate number of parking spaces results in a higher proportion of land being allocated to parking, as opposed to a scenario where properties are exclusively used for light industrial land uses and more land can be allocated towards employment space. The majority of parcels in the Sea to Sky Business Park are zoned light industrial, I-1, which permits a range of industrial uses, but also permits restaurants up to 50 seats and fitness center. The bylaw amendment creates the I-11 Business Park Industrial Zone and rezones all parcels zoned I-1 in the business park to I-11. This I-11 zone does not permit restaurant or fitness center outright, but does specifically spot zone all of the parcels where the use is planned or is occurring. On the figure above, the hatched parcels represent the parcels currently zoned I-1, which will be rezoned to I-11. The I-11 zone will also increase the maximum permitted height from 10.68 meters, 35 feet, to 15 meters, 49 feet. The intention of this height increase is to permit more flexibility for industrial users. Currently, the flood construction level and secondary floodway constrains the developable potential of new industrial sites, often limiting developments to a single story with a mezzanine or a second story with limited ceiling heights. The intention of this increase is to permit larger ceiling heights, more useful second story space, and the ability to develop third story space if needed. Staff see this as a positive change due to its increased flexibility and the park's limited interface with residential areas. Additionally, the new I-11 zone will restrict automobile-oriented commercial and building supply outlet uses in the area shown above. The use will be permitted to occur on parcels where an active business license is currently held. Staff have also removed the definition automobile repair shop and amended the definitions of automobile-oriented commercial and motor vehicle repair and service shop to reduce redundancy and better clarify the difference between uses.
Alright, so a small change has been made to the I-1 zone, which is to remove the permitted use drive-through, which was previously only permitted on a site that will now be zoned I-11. So staff know that this use will still be permitted on the site in I-11. Staff are recommending amending the I-4 zone, use goods industrial, which applies to the parcels highlighted in yellow on the screen. Permitted uses in the I-4 zone currently refer to the uses that are permitted in the I-1 zone. To amend this, staff have listed the permitted uses in the I-11 zone within the I-4 zone. Cafe and fitness center are spot zoned on the two properties that are currently developing these uses as shown on the screen by the stars on the map. The amendments also include changes to the I-8 zone as directed by council. In this zone, restaurant and fitness center uses will only be permitted on parcels where the use is currently occurring or is under active development. No new restaurants or fitness centers would be permitted on these parcels, but those that exist or have applied for a business license would have been spot zoned and would be permitted to continue in perpetuity. This amendment also seeks to amend the I-2 zone, rail marshalling zone, to explicitly prohibit cannabis production. Previously, the change to the zone included an increase to the permitted height along with a related setback, which is that one there, to accommodate height-intensive industrial buildings. Squamish Nation has expressed concern over the height increase due to its proximity to the residences adjacent to the site. Staff recommend removing the height increase and associated setback from the amendment at third reading. District and legislative processes for engagement were followed. Notice was published in the June 6th and June 13th editions of the Squamish Chief. 4 comments have been received to date, 1 comment in support, and 3 comments that were opposed. One specifically cited their opposition to banning cannabis production in the rail yards. Staff note that it is currently not permitted in the rail yards due to the buffering, that this would just more explicitly prohibit it. And 1 other comment specifically cited opposition to the changes to the I-11 zone. So this concludes staff presentation for the public hearing. Following the public hearing, staff recommend considering third reading.
Council, any clarifying questions before I go to the public? Councilor Stoner?
Gracie, just to pick up on what you just said, currently cannabis production is not allowed in the I-2 zone.
Through you, Mayor Elliott. Currently, through our buffering conditions of use for cannabis production, new cannabis production facilities would not be permitted in the I-2 zone, as per previous council's direction. There is 1 facility that currently operates as lawfully pre-existing within the I-2 zone.
Just so I'm clear, we have a more holistic review of this bylaw, which we expect to take about a year. And this is just putting the brakes on in terms of some things we're concerned about, but doesn't really speak to our long-term vision. This is just put the brakes on while we do that more holistic thing, which will be finished in about a year. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that is correct. A comprehensive zoning bylaw update is currently underway and will involve more thorough engagement and more research to determine the best uses moving forward.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councilor.
So just a process question. As we go through the public hearing and questions come up, will we be able to have those answered by staff throughout before we move on to our next step?
Yep, absolutely. So if you hear something from a member of the public and you've got a question on that, you can ask staff. Staff will also keep notes through the public hearing on things that they've heard from the public, and we'll report out on anything that they want to respond to as well. So yes, there's more opportunities for questions. I'm looking at Robin. Your face always tells me if I'm getting it wrong. I think I'm good. Okay. So I have to read this little blurb. And it sounds really legal and official, but basically what it's saying is that everyone who wants to will get a chance to speak, and we ask that you don't clap or cheer or boo people, that we're trying to create a safe space that everyone can express their opinions either for or against the motion that's before us. So here goes. This public hearing is convened pursuant to Part 14, Division 3 of the Local Government Act to allow the public to make representations to council respecting matters contained in the proposed District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011, amendment bylaw business park update number 2663-2019. Everyone present shall be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting matters contained in the proposed bylaw. No one will be discouraged or prevented from making their views known. However, it is important that remarks be restricted to matters contained in the proposed bylaw. Members of council may ask questions following presentations. However, the function of council at a public hearing is to listen rather than to debate the merits of the proposed bylaw. In considering the proposed bylaw, Council has received documents which may influence its decision. These documents are available for review and comment and have been included as part of the Planning Department report, or if received later, handed out at the meeting and included in the public hearing package. If any documents are submitted during the hearing, please feel free to review the document during the hearing by asking staff. Members of the public shall maintain order and quiet and shall not applaud or interrupt any speech or action of members of council or any other person addressing council. The planning department has done their presentation, so I now invite anyone from the public who wants to comment on the proposed rezoning. And after I've confirmed it is your turn, please approach the podium and commence your remarks by clearly stating your name and address. And please note that speakers will be given up to 5 minutes to address council. If you don't get what you want to say in those 5 minutes, you have to go to the back of the line and come back. So you can speak more than once, but we're doing this 5-minute blocks at a time. So I have a list of people who've signed up to speak. Once I get through this list, there's 8 people on it. If there's anyone else that would like to speak, just raise your hand and I will call you forward. So the first one is Christian LaBolche. Come forward and state your name and your address, and if you represent yourself or someone else or business.
Okay, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Christian LaBolche. I reside at 101-39279 Queens Way. I'm here to talk about the part of the amendment that wants to ban cannabis production on I-2 zoned land. For one, I feel that banning cannabis production on industrial zone land sends the wrong message to the members of the community and especially potential investors. It sends a message that the municipality is not open to investment or business. It sends a message that we don't care about generations of well-paid local jobs. It sends a message that we don't care about tax revenue. And lastly, it sends a message that we don't care about a legal framework to ensure safety and other necessary compliance. I feel that banning cannabis production on industrial zoned land will result in more ALR land being used for this purpose. For almost 6 years now, I've owned the P&W Garden Supply in Squamish. We supply hydroponics equipment to most of the cannabis growers in the corridor. In that time, I found that my growers in Squamish are some of the most environmentally green, generous people I have ever met, and that they like to give back to the community. For the last 7 months, I've been working with BC Craft, a licensed cannabis producer, who are helping set up micro cultivations. My responsibility is the Squamish corridor. In that amount of time, I was only able to find one location that fits Squamish's regulation for cannabis production and have the landlord's required blessing. I've been to the planning department many times and I'm told there are a lot of places for this purpose in Squamish. I just can't seem to find any. I understand that council doesn't want a cannabis production facility on every corner. The truth is that with the bylaws, the size, the height, and landlord approval requirements, that this will not be the case. I'm willing to work with any group that helps find locations for these gardeners. I would like to think that Squamish is forward-thinking when it comes to this legal plant. My question to council, are there plans to help this industry, or are we going to find new and creative ways to limit it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBolche. Next up is Kirby Brown. So just state your name, address, and whether you represent yourself or...
How's Kirby Brown, 27-39893 Government Road, and I'm as the chair of Tourism Squamish. I'm here to represent Tourism Squamish. Staff has quite wisely written my notes for me so I can stay within 5 minutes. First, we recognize that the intentions of the bylaw review are noble, and we support the initiatives to create more well-paying jobs in this community and attract new businesses and also grow existing businesses. We do want to express the need for caution around measures that may prevent the growth of existing businesses.
particularly those who service both locals and visitor alike in this area. Those who are currently generating employment, those that may generate future employment, and those who provide the services and amenities for all of us here, and who have done a great job thus far in this area of reinforcing this town's brand of hardware for adventure. We also think that the primary concern here currently is lack of alternative locations for businesses of this size. We do recognize the challenges around parking, lack of land, and the need to support the retail district downtown. But some businesses need larger spaces than are currently available in the downtown BIA, and lack viable options to continue to grow, as you will know. Over the past few years, we've worked quite diligently with the Craft Beverage Association to put Squamish on the map as a delicious beverage drinking destination. We've been very successful. We've invested heavily in video imagery and craft brewing passport, as you may have experienced yourself, and are really generating some new interest around that. And that dovetails into our broader strategy for Tourism Squamish. And I think this context is particularly important. Squamish has about the same number of hotel rooms as it does out there in available short-term rental inventory, which has just recently been constrained by a viable option C around bringing that inventory into legality. That being said, what we view may happen and is likely to occur is that in the years before a new hotel is encouraged and brought to life in this town, which certainly seems far afield at this point, we're just going to see an overall reduction in the ability for tourists to stay overnight. So that doesn't mean that Squamish will be less busy on day-to-day business, but it means that the people who come won't have the opportunity to stay longer, which means they'll spend less. Traffic goes up, parking issues go up with day traffic, they go down with longer-term stays, where people stay parked and take advantage of bikes and walking and community transit. I live adjacent to Industrial Park, and I walk to Backcountry and A-Frame and Gillespie's. I'm making myself sound like a heavy drinker, but they're all wonderful places to go to. So it is accessible to the local community as well. But moreover, I would say that we're looking at a strategy where we can move people outside of the core summer season into spring, fall, winter. But to do that, we need to tackle this issue around weather. And one of the primary things you do as a community that's trying to disperse your tourism visitation so that you can round out employment, you can earn more, live better, is the interiority of the experience in Squamish. And where else do we find that opportunity to build big indoor facilities other than an area zoned for industrial or light industrial, where you have high ceilings and large spaces that can contain things like climbing gyms and ninja and restaurants and things like that that have room to expand in the absence of other locations. So I guess what we're asking for is to be able to participate more fulsomely in this moving forward, and that instead of constraining current businesses, that this be given postponement until we can engage our community of members more fully and understand what all the issues are and represent that.
Thank you. Next up is Bryan Reiser. You're back.
I'm back. Hello again. All right.
Name, address,
Bryan
whether you represent yourself or not.
172 Chestnut Avenue. Okay, I'll be quick. Also speaking quickly on the cannabis part of this the bylaw. Being one of the people who fought against turning the industrial park into the business park in the 90s, intimately familiar with the challenges it's caused. And look, it's 2019 and we're still dealing with it. It's a challenging zone. The toothpaste is out of the tube. But regarding cannabis specifically, you guys have already shown that you are familiar with the industry and the benefits of it. There's going to be stores every 50 yards downtown for a bit, and my dream is to you all know that I'm fiercely loyal to Squamish, and my dream is to have 100% of the products in the store be made in Squamish, because how awesome would that be? But you can't have stores everywhere and have nobody in town allowed to provide the goods to those stores. That's the horse is out. Like we have to have that. So more discussion, I believe, needs to be done on this one specific thing, because if you like micro growing is the future of this industry, and it's going to need help from municipalities. We're going to have to figure this out, and saying like the one spot that seems to make sense to grow it is you're not allowed to. There has to be specific places, because we have tons of really good professionals in this community wanting to take part, and there's nowhere for them. So the future is in microgrow. I know we can figure this out, but we have to we can't just say no, because what am I going to sell? And we have the talent in this community that should be fostered, because these are really good paying jobs, and these are craftspeople, and they're making the world a better place. So I think we can make them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rother. Jeff Oldenburger. Your name, address, and whether you represent yourself or someone else.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Jeff Oldenburg. I live on Highlands Way North in the Highlands, and I'm here representing A-Frame Brewing Company on Queensway, and I'm also an active member of the Squamish Craft Beverage Association. There are some other members of the association here to speak as well. I do have some notes, and I wanted to try to be concise, but I have heard some excellent points from people before me today that I'm going to try to work into what I want to talk about. First and foremost, I do believe I understand the reasoning for the amended bylaw. At the end of the day, I do support, or I do ask that we maybe pump the brakes a bit on this and consider some things as we go through this. My request is that we look at how this potential change could affect the businesses that exist in what would become I-11 from growth and expansion and further continued support of our community. So many of the businesses that are in this light industrial zone already support our community, employ many people, and our growth is imminent, our expansion is imminent, and how would these changes in the bylaw prevent us from doing that? Some of the comments around parking, I understand, I respect. At A-Frame, sometimes it's tight, but other times you'll see 40 bikes in the bike stalls that we've put out in front of the brewery. The young ladies here talking about climate change, bike lanes, encouraging people to get places via other modes of transportation other than driving. That is my main concern, is how us as a small business, many of us in the room tonight, would be hindered or stifled with our growth if some of these changes were to go through. Thank you very much, and I'll pass it on to the next individual.
Thank you. Kathleen Vandery.
Kathleen Vandery, 37969 Fifth Avenue. I'm here representing North Yard Cider Co. and as well as Secretary of the Squamish Craft Beverage Association. Of course, echoing some points that have already been brought up, our concern with the proposed amendment to the bylaw is for growth. So thankfully, we're all concerned about growth already. So although we'd be grandfathered in with our existing use, we're worried if we do need to expand and move, what's that going to mean for the business model? So just a little bit of history of the business model. It's developed the liquor control licensing branch allows you to have a manufacturing license to produce liquor. That license allows you merely to give out samples or sell a limited number of samples from your facility. To get around that and to recognize the change in consumer demands, the province implemented the lounge endorsement. So that's what we're all operating under, is a manufacturing license with a lounge endorsement. Lounge endorsement requires you to provide food, both hot and cold, to your patrons. So the kitchen then becomes an integral element to the manufacturing if we want to sell from our facility, which we all do because that's the most profitable means of distributing our product. So it's another issue of economics. Yes, we can have a tasting room. You have to apply to the government to the provincial government for an exception to the tied house rules, which historically meant if you had a manufacturing license, you couldn't have a financial interest in a liquor primary facility. They've made an amendment to that for small producers, which most of us in the room can fall under, but you still have to apply for it. Yes, so we could have a tasting room off-site, but that requires investment in infrastructure. We've already put in excess of $1 million in the facility. We'd like to get some of that back before we have to move and set up a new one to the tune of the same amount of money. Also, if you look at it from an employment position, right now we have an assistant cider maker employed part-time. We have the head cider maker as an owner, doesn't get paid. But we have 13 employees between the kitchen and the tasting room that do get employed. So amongst the 5 producers, if you don't count how Sounders is not in our zone, there's about 100 employees. We estimate there'd be about 20 if there weren't the kitchens and tasting rooms to support it. So we do recognize there's a grandfathering element. We're concerned about what that means for expansion. Thank you.
Next up is Kelly Wood. You're going to be thirsty by the end of it.
Yes, you are. I'm Kelly Woods. I live at 1040 Edgewater Crescent here in Squamish. And I'm president and founder of the Squamish Craft Beverage Association, and I'm representing my distillery and cocktail bar, Gillespie's Fine Spirits, which I believe many of you have visited before. What I'm going to talk about has been echoed a little bit by my fellow Craft Beverage Association members as well as other members. However, it's a little bit complex because it has a lot to do with provincial legislation, so I'm just going to speak to it a little bit more. And that the province of British Columbia, when we set up a manufacturing facility, which we are only currently allowed to do in industrial zones, like the business park in question, allows us to have 25% of our square footage to operate as a tasting room and lounge. That's our tasting room and lounge endorsement. Now, they also require that we serve hot and cold food, which is difficult to do without a kitchen. I do it at Gillespie's in a very higgledy-piggledy, namby-pamby kind of a way that is kind of questionable, but I make it work. Now, something you need to understand about the way our alcohol system works is you look at a bottle of gin for $45 and you think these guys are rolling in it. And the reality is that we probably make $6 on each bottle based on all the costs that go into that production, not including all of our overhead costs. So that lounge is crucial to our business model, absolutely crucial. In my personal operation, I see a significant drop in sales between about 5:30 and 8:30 at night. Everybody goes to eat dinner, and I don't really serve a lot of food that people want to enjoy. So that becomes a huge problem, which is something we're currently looking at and changing and growing. At this current time, we have some significant investment coming to us, possibly. There are some investors looking at our model that we've been in business for 5 years and very excited about the possibility of growing Gillespie's, which is really exciting because until this point, we've just barely broken even as a business. So these investors are looking to us as a potential investment to help us grow, but a major part of the vision is growing that cocktail bar, which would then include food, hot and cold, and again, be in the business park. So if you want Gillespie's to still exist, it's something we need to talk about as far as our longevity and the plan. We're not a restaurant, we're a manufacturing facility that requires food and beverage. I also just want to speak to the cannabis production and make sure that that doesn't include processing, because as a distillery, we would very seriously be looking at the distillation of cannabis with CO2 under the new regulations for edibles. So that would be a major concern for us as well, to make sure that you're talking about processing and not production, because we would like to have that opportunity and to move forward with doing a ready-to-drink product with CBDs and THC within our food safe manufacturing facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just have a question for you, can I ask?
You have a question for Kelly?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, how can I help you?
So, your comments and then those of some of your members and some of the other speakers, in my mind, they're very applicable to the sort of longer term zoning bylaw and that review.
So you have to be careful because our job is not to debate.
Oh, no.
But, so you need to just phrase a question here?
Yes, yeah. And so what I'm wondering is how is that relevant if we are thinking about just a short-term sort of stopgap? Do those same concerns, or why do those same concerns apply to a stopgap bylaw? Is the concern that it won't just be a stopgap and that's what you're concerned about, or is the reason why these concerns can't wait to sort of the longer term process and this be an acceptable sort of pumping the brakes in the interim?
Sure, so there's 2 points to that. One is that pumping the brakes means slowing it down. And so it becomes, because we've been operating under this model thus far, slowing things down and making any kind of change makes us all as business owners a little bit nervous to find out where it's going to go. If you're looking at making any adjustment and change, it's like, okay, well, is this going to be positive or negative? Am I going to be in business in a year or not? So those are the questions that come up. And in addition to that, my personal situation is that we have investors currently looking at us. So if there's a stop on this right now, that could be of significant change to the potential growth in my business at this exact time.
Thank you. Mark Roberts. So your name, address, and whether you represent yourself or something.
Mark Roberts, 405-1201 Commercial Way, one of the owners of Backcountry Brewing and the treasurer of the Squamish Craft Beer Association. Mayor and Council, thank you for letting me speak. So just regarding the bylaw, we feel that it would hinder growth and expansion within our business and our partners. Locals and visitors do come to Business Park to explore and spend money to cideries, distilleries, and breweries. I feel with like hindering potential growth that will actually hurt other businesses. Certain areas that have done this are Port Moody, North Vancouver. I really experienced like a lot of growth with supporting breweries' growth. We also feel that maybe there's a better area for industrial business. Like, why does it have to be in an area that's just right 20 seconds off the highway? A lot of tourists are coming up there. They're experiencing Squamish more than just going to Whistler now. They're experiencing Squamish for everything it has to offer. One thing that we really do and focus on is presenting other businesses within Squamish, like pushing people to downtown or in the Highlands area. And I really feel that with this zoning now or in the future, it may even bring less people to Squamish. Yes, so this is super quick. Everybody else touched on the points already. So we also feel like there wasn't a lot of chatter with ourselves to maybe make some other points with the bylaw. So we would like to work with the city council to come up with other options, but at this point we are against the bylaw. Thank you.
Next up is Rajan Hans. Don't touch it.
Good evening, Mayor and
You'll feel
Council.
the wrath if you touch it.
Yeah, I'll leave it alone. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rajan Hans. I reside at 38818 Britannia Avenue. I'm a director of the Squamish Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight to express the views of our organization. The Squamish Chamber is the largest business organization in Squamish, representing around 600 members. The Squamish Chamber supports maintaining and growing a viable economy and has a strong interest in preserving the district's remaining employment land acreage and building capacity for various business operations. We recognize the intentions of the bylaw review and support initiatives to create well-paying jobs, attract new business, and grow existing businesses. Feedback from members is largely supportive of preserving land for industrial uses, but there is caution around measures that may prevent growth of existing businesses. Businesses who generate employment, who provide services and amenities for both residents and tourists, and who help position Squamish as a great place to live, work, visit, and invest. Lack of alternative locations is a key concern. We recognize the challenges around parking, lack of land, and the need to support retail in downtown Squamish, but some businesses need large space and viable options to grow. We understand these bylaws are a temporary measure while a full review is conducted, which will include engagement with business owners, considerations of employment land modeling, and sector studies. It is important to ensure that temporary measures do not have unintended negative effects on existing businesses. Further communication and clarification of the changes would be beneficial to assist in understanding the rationale and impact. The Chamber is willing to host a session during the full review to help connect with the business community and enable Q&A. It is important that we take a holistic approach, considering all of the factors such as lack of office space across the community, options for industrial use, and supporting a vibrant downtown core. We look forward to participating in the next phase of engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of my list, but if there's anyone else who would like to speak, just raise your hand and have the opportunity. If they want in the lobby, then they have to come in and raise their hand so I can see them. Yep, come forward.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I didn't really plan on speaking. My name is Jesse Bufano. I reside at 103-40-14-7 Dover Road. I guess the piece from our end, we've been in Squamish 10 years now. We're across the Squamish Barbell. We've been on the same street on Midway. For that 10 years, we've moved 3 times. We've expanded each time trying to make it a better product, more inclusive to what we do. But certainly having moved down from Whistler, we took quite a bit of time to be able to find a location because what we do is very unique. And I think sometimes from the outside perspective, depending on your experience with a gym, is that gyms get grouped together as they are gyms. So all gyms being one and the same regardless of what they do. For us, the piece of that that's been really tricky is that we're not really the same as other facilities, and it's not to say that we're better, it's just that we're different. So for us it was very challenging to find a space at all in Squamish, and we were lucky enough to do so. We were then very lucky to find a larger space as we expanded maybe 6 years ago, and then we're fortunate enough in our further expansion to be able to have a space kind of specially built for us. That addressed actually one of the concerns that seemed to have come up, which is parking. So we had like a large parking lot accounted for inside of our development of the business. But the piece that becomes like the reason that we are located where we are is not to try to skirt paying commercial rent. It's that we have some very specific requirements. So we are a strength-based gym. We deal with a lot of odd objects. And they really require a couple things. One, they require a very sturdy floor. So we can't be located in many spaces because the floor pad itself needs to be significant. So what we've been fortunate enough is to find spaces that have been previously for like heavy duty truck mechanic, something where the pad is like 8 to 12 inches or greater, where it can afford to have 300-400 pound small objects dropped on it and survive that. Secondary to that, what our experience was when we were in Whistler was, in Whistler, the gym there was located directly beside the liquor store in commercial space, and it was a nightmare. It eventually had them forced out to the industrial park for sort of just difficulties and challenges with local businesses. Because of those heavy inputs being dropped, you can imagine 12 to 15 athletes dropping 135 pounds or 200 pounds from overhead to the floor, and that happening throughout the entire day on a working day, and what that would look like for a commercial business and an adjoining space. So that's one of the major factors that has sort of found us located where we are. We also end up outdoors a lot, which wouldn't be a possibility in a more commercial space. We use our parking lot sometimes to push sleds, pull sleds, run, etc. And those sort of elements, I think, sometimes get lost in, why these gyms do end up in industrial parks. There are more of us there now, but some of us are quite unique and quite specific with our requirements. Ceiling height would also be a major factor. We need sort of implements that out there hung, and the ceiling height for those sort of is a minimum of 15 feet. So with that, there's a fear around changes like this, really limiting us for what we might be able to do in the future. We've become a world-class facility in what we do. We will have guests of 10 years or greater traveling to this area in September, and feel like what we're representing, what we're showing is very, very special. And some of that is because of where we get to do it and how we get to do it. It's been amazing so far. Okay. We don't plan on moving, but it's just that fear of like what this looks like and that feeling of like you don't really want it, you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak at this time? And then I'll go to council for any questions and the staff or anything that they've heard that they want to respond to. Yeah,
Follow up,
come
just
on.
one more thing. Jesse's comment, and figure left out part of my comment. So the reason that the liquor manufacturers are located in industrial parks is not only a provincial requirement, it's also because we need high ceilings, we need to be able to make smells, we need to be able to make sounds, we need to drive forklifts around the indoor, outdoor, that sort of thing. So there's a reason we can't just be downtown Squamish.
Thank you. I see another hand. Yes, come forward. State your name and address and whether you represent yourself or another business.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Leanne Roderick, 39768 Government Road, and I'm just myself. Although I should state minor conflict of interest, maybe I'm a very occasional employee of Backcountry Brewing. But here just today as a citizen in the neighborhood in North Yards that's adjacent to this space. This wasn't really prepared and was somewhat off the cuff, but I haven't heard anybody who doesn't have a personal or like vested business interest speak. And I just want to say that we want communities that are walkable and livable and fun. Speaking as a citizen and a resident that's very close, it's so great to just be able to walk. That being said, I have a young child and it's really scary walking on the Queensway on the way there. So instead of having sort of a restrictive rezoning that is ostensibly 2 out of the 3 reasons that I could find, it was about parking. Instead of orienting zoning around cars, let's orient it around people. What do the people in Squamish want? They want fun places to gather. They want to be next to the places that they want to be and meet people. And I'm just a little bit concerned about, what's going to happen to the businesses, and, this is sort of a thriving area. People want to be there, people want to hang out, people love to walk there, and I'm just concerned about sort of making rezoning mostly about parking and cars, and I want it to be more about people. And the other quick second point is I realize that this is a temporary measure and it says to temporarily stop, but I'm just wondering what the time frame is for that. And if that time frame is to allow for more public engagement and for people that maybe are slightly more prepared than myself to speak and learn what's going on, that would be great. And I think it would also sort of calm the fears that business owners have about what's going to happen. So having that be a part of this would be a nice idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see someone else that's come forward? Oh, and then I'll go to you.
James Murray, 38447 Buckley Ave. I am the owner-operator of Squamish Motorcycle Shop in the Industrial Park off Enterprise Way. I am strictly a repair shop, and I've heard a lot of people talk about hindering growth with this change of bylaws. I am looking at working towards to get a dealer license to move to vehicle sales. I believe that with the change of this, it changes from automobile repair shop to motor vehicle repair service shop or automobile-oriented commercial. So now I'm kind of split in the middle between repair shop and then sales. Am I reading that correctly?
I think that's a question for your staff.
Right now, if you aren't currently a automobile-oriented commercial, like if you're not currently a dealership,
no,
that use would not be permitted if this bylaw moves through to adoption in that area.
So the past 12 months I've been getting my shop to comply to vehicle sales. So just everyone's been talking about hindering growth in other businesses. This would kind of hinder the growth. I know this is a temporary measure, but any hiccup in any business for any length of time is hindering growth. And I just want to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. So you might have a question. Hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
Just for clarification, when you say you're moving to retail, are you thinking full vehicles or just parts?
I currently do parts and accessories. The reason when you go to a dealership, it's more than just one department. You have service, sales, finance. It helps make the dealership grow. Currently, I'm just a small operation, just working on part sales and repair. For my business to grow, I need to expand my business into other aspects of a dealership. And that requires vehicle sales and to grow. And if I can't do that in that location, I really don't know where else in Squamish I can operate.
You said you're moving towards the, you're in process with that, or whatever. So have you made an application, or are you in conversation with?
I have to get my facility up to spec to become a dealership to the BSA. I have to apply for my BSA license. There's a lot of paperwork to go before I have to apply for the district. So I got to try to do the proper groundwork first.
But with those authorities, you get in communication, you're certainly in process with it.
Yes.
That's supportive of it.
Absolutely.
Mr. Melisis, did you want to comment now, or?
If I could just clarify now, because it's specific. Most zones in the industrial park or the business park allow for accessory sales. So if you have a primary business, you are allowed up to 20% of the floor area to be used for sales.
Now that deemed as vehicle sales.
As long as it's associated with the primary use of the building.
You might want to talk to Mr. Melisis afterwards.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other, Thomasina, did you want to speak?
Hi, I'm Thomasina Pigeon. I am, well, I think you guys know where I live, but it's 37752 2nd Avenue. I just wanted to mimic what Leanne said and just, like, what is our vision of Squamish and the industrial park? Like, just from my own personal experiences, like, it's definitely walkable and you can definitely take buses there. I know kids that go to the elementary school and regularly take the bus to go to Ground Up. So as it was said earlier that it wasn't very accessible, I don't believe that because I know people that do it every day. Yeah, and just like, I think it's really important that we support the local business here. Like if they feel threatened to grow, I don't know, that's like, there's a community in the industrial park that's thriving, and I think it's building a business character to Squamish that has been slowly kind of going downhill and suffering, and I think that these new businesses that are in town are helping grow a different kind of environment that is really forward-thinking and welcoming, and also for the local production, the cannabis thing, and just the distilleries. Like I feel if we're going to be talking climate action, we should be really supporting local production of goods, and so that stuff isn't transported so far. Even if it's like, if someone got their cannabis from, I don't know where they grow it, but say it's grew in Kelowna, I mean, that's, you know, a 4-hour drive when it could be produced here. That's going to do a lot for climate action. So yeah, I just think, you know, in terms of Europe and density, like I think it's important to have density, but also to have, and that, sorry, that coexists with, you know, supporting local businesses and letting them, sorry, I don't know if I'm making sense, but yeah, I think it's like if you support the people that are here and allow them to feel safe and to grow, like I think that's really, it's kind of a cool scene that they have going on, and I think it should be supported.
Name, address, who you represent, yourself or some other person, and don't touch the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Watson. I'm going to imagine you are all naked because I suck at this. Sorry. I live at 1011 Brothers Place in the North Yards, and I'm one of the owners of the climbing gym. I bike to work every day. It takes less than 5 minutes. We have like 60 to 80 kids who bike to the gym every day or every week for programs. We have a lot of members who try to bike there. We agree that they're like, I understand why a lot of the stuff was in this, and I think that saying that you're gonna, like that we're gonna stop allowing fitness centers in is a little too late. There's a lot of fitness centers there right now. It's like a pretty crowded area for that, and as well as for amenities and breweries and all these awesome things. But if we change this zoning, is this like thrown out solutions for these businesses, for bike lanes and for safe places for the kids to get to and from the gym? And we try to take the kids to parks sometimes. That's terrifying because of Government Road and trying to get around on the bike lane. Like, what's the solution in a year when we come up with a better answer for this. How does this change the way things move forward? If we do want to expand as a climbing gym, it's really hard to move like 40 feet of steel and all of the wood that's involved in the wall. So if we have to go somewhere, where do we go? If we can't expand the park. Like, how are you supporting the businesses that are already in these spaces if you're changing the zoning? If it's going to be covered, if you're looking for a different industry there, is it because you don't want the industry that's already there? How does it work? Something like that. I think you.
Thanks, Lauren. We can't answer your questions because we're not to debate with you.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Any other hands? Okay, I'll go to council with any questions, clarifications. Councilor Reyes.
Thank you. Just to staff, 2 questions. So first of all, around cannabis production, staff mentioned in the presentation that there was a buffer zone. I just wondered if you could break down the buffer zone just so we have some understanding of why that might not be permitted in that area.
Through you, Mayor Elliott. So during the Cannabis Omnibus 2018, staff put forward buffers for cannabis production. So a cannabis production facility needs to be a certain distance away from residential zone. It's, I believe, 60 meters, and because the rail yards is within 60 meters of a residentially used property, cannabis production is not permitted in the rail yards.
Would that extend to the whole of the rail yards?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, correct, because it's parcel to parcel.
Okay. And the second point was with respect to the growth that we've heard about, that these are growing industries. Is it possible, or has staff considered the possibility of permitting those uses to expand by allowing a permitted use in space that is contiguous to an existing use? So growth could happen, but we're not talking about an entirely new business for this give or take 1 year period. Is that a possibility? And I put you on the spot, I acknowledge that.
It would involve doing another review and somehow figuring out how do you, what we're regulating is not the user, it's the land. And so, you know, if you allow it in the adjacent unit, then technically anybody, a new operation could open up in that unit, because we're not generally targeting a user, we're just targeting the area. What I can say about the reason for why we're proposing to put a limit on no new facilities is that we are in the process of trying to come up with a comprehensive strategy within this next year in the zoning bylaw update process of what is the right balance. We're trying to balance the needs of industrial and light industrial businesses with those that have more light industrial and commercial operations. And what we're finding now is that the growth of the more commercial side of the business is potentially displacing some of the light and industrial businesses. So this is a temporary measure that will allow us to come up with a more comprehensive plan. If there was a business in place within this year that wanted to expand, that needed to expand, the business could always apply for a rezoning.
Would we have an option, just trying to understand our authority and so on, rather than pursuing a zoning change at this time, to just sort of say, we're actually not accepting new business applications, new permits for the next year, as an alternative to changing the zoning?
Being there, we wouldn't be able to do that for business licensing. There are some provisions in the provincial legislation that would allow local government to not accept a building permit for a certain period of time, but it's not a year, it's much shorter than that. and that would be because of a bylaw in preparation. So sometimes a new business involves a building permit application for tenant improvements, but not always.
So just a thought, and the reason we've excluded restaurants and distilleries and so on in this is not necessarily because we have a long-term vision to exclude those or to discriminate against those. It's just that's where we've seen a particular pressure, so that's where we're wanting to put on the brakes in the short term, but that's not necessarily a long-term thought or direction.
That is correct.
Other questions, Councilor Drew?
Thank you. In your opening presentation, there was we were going through the new zones. You mentioned that there was an exemption for the existing uses, and there's some language about and those sort of in process, or and can you speak to that? And particularly, I'm thinking the gentleman that spoke with the motorcycle store or a potential store, repair shop looking to get that license, and he's in process. And what is the definition of that process? And is that, and I would imagine perhaps some of our producers of spirits or liquor of some sort might be in a similar licensing application process with another level of government, and just sort of how this measure sort of takes that into consideration.
We are looking at business license applications, building permit applications, and any development permit applications. So that's sort of the scope. We were not able to get the details at this point of what every business may be planning to do. And again, this is a temporary measure, and so our hope is that by engaging in the next year, we're going to find out where every business is at and what their needs are.
Councilor Bettendale.
Can you just clarify too, the comment that right now we're seeing light industrial businesses being displaced? Is that we have a sense that there's not enough room? They're coming to say, I'd like to be here, but there's not a space for me? Or there's something happening where they're actively having to leave because of complaints from other businesses, or?
It's a little bit of both. We know for a while now, we've known that we are short on industrial land. It's been identified, I believe, going back to 2014. And so it's something that we've been paying attention to. We do hear from other businesses, from light industrial businesses, that they are challenged with finding space. And it's particularly challenging when you're locating next to a commercial space, because all of a sudden, if the commercial space is there already, the onus is on the industrial or the light industrial user to make the tenant improvements to increase the fire separations between units. So it's something that we've known, and it's something that we hear, although we haven't done any recent studies, and that is what we're working on now.
Yeah, can I just add one thing to that? Is that sentiment or that knowledge of that displacement is something that we've seen over the years through several of our studies. So the employment plan strategy identified that as one of the key issues to address the commercialization of light industrial lands. And then during the OCP engagement, we certainly heard that from a number of people that finding that land was difficult for some of those reasons, or at least that was what was expressed during the engagement process.
So more generally, several members of the public brought up the time frame. So what are we talking about here? Are we talking a few more months? Are we talking 6 months? Are we talking a full year from today? So what's the time frame, and also what's the level of engagement they can expect if this is put in place? Then lots of people said they want to be part of the solution and feel that there hasn't been as much engagement as they'd like right now.
So in terms of time frame, we're looking at probably a year process from now. It depends on the scope of the project. We're trying to keep the scope as tight as possible, but on any bigger project, sometimes things get added in and that extends the process. In terms of the level of engagement, we're certainly planning for comprehensive engagement with especially those stakeholders that are affected. I'm going to turn it over to Matt Gunn for a second to talk more about engagement.
Yeah, so in terms of the timeline, our intention was to wrap up the process sometime in early 2020. That was what was presented and discussed during the initiation of the zoning bylaw update. That's going to depend, as Jonas mentioned, on how the process goes and what gets added into it. We partly is quite dependent on the employment modeling that we're working on with economic development. And that process is underway. We've got some good movement on that, but it is highly dependent on that because that's going to be a critical piece for informing how we look at land and use and allocation of zoning. But another critical piece will be the engagement, and we've held off on some of the engagement. We have started engagement through an open house, and we did reach out to the craft brewers and a number of people through email contact, but I think we really don't get the engagement until there's tangible regulations being discussed, and this obviously has brought that to the forefront. I think we're going to have a really high level of engagement moving forward, and we wanted to wait until this process had wrapped up so we didn't conflate the engagement around the overhaul and this process getting resolved. So once this is resolved, whatever way it gets resolved, we will be engaging those various subgroups, for example, the craft beverage people, business park landowners, like medium industrial land users, in a process to discuss what they see as the issues, what are potential solutions, permitted uses, and then that will get married with the demand and supply model that we're working on with economic development to sort out some proposals, which will then go back to these groups and get feedback before coming to any kind of bylaw crafting.
Any other questions? I will back out to the public. Is there anyone who wants to speak at this public hearing? Yeah, come forward.
My name is Noel Cohen. I own 6 properties at 927 Queens Way. I also live in Squamish. The A-Frame Brewery and Newport Auto and Cannabis Producer Medical are some of the tenants in our mall. We all get along pretty good. A-Frame is busy in the evening. The rest of the tenants, all Depot, are busy during the day. So this is quite a pickle, I can see. I was thinking the solution may be to say that no restaurant unless they have a manufacturing component to them, like a brewery would be a temporary solution. And Chris, there is a major problem with the used to be industrial park when I moved here. Now it's a business park because nothing was happening in the industrial park. So, but now there's like no place for it's very hard for a motorcycle shop or a mechanic shop or a tire shop or a fabricating shop, which is probably going to lose their space down at Ramquam Blind Channel. There's nowhere for them to go. It's not affordable. Now, as a landowner, it's great because the lease rates are quite high compared to what they used to be, but as a tradesperson, it's bleak. So just want to give you that perspective.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak tonight? Yep.
Good evening, council. My name is Owen. I have a few properties in the zoning area that everybody's talking about. I own them and I'm a landlord for those properties. Currently, all my tenants meet the light industrial zoning. But I feel there's a need to talk about trust in the community. And when you allow a path to begin radically try to alter that path. It creates a lot of mistrust for businesses that are planning long term. I'd like to use Function Junction as an example in Whistler. It was originally a heavy industrial park, then it became a light industrial park. Now it's a business park, it's retail, and it's office space. It's a natural process, natural cycle for communities in business parks. I encourage council to look at creating industrial sites further outside of Squamish Central, rather than all of this small thinking.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any last questions before I close the hearing? Once I call 3 times, then if you ask a question, I have to call 3 times again, so just how cool is it? You guys still do that? All right. For the first time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? For the second time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? And for a third time, is there anyone who wishes to make any further representations? There being no further speakers, I would ask council one last time if there's anything else you want or need in this public hearing. Okay, seeing none. There will be no further submissions now following the public hearing. Please note that council members are not permitted to receive further submissions or hear either a proponent or opponent to an application once the public hearing has been concluded. So that basically means for members of the public, if you have any more comments, you have to funnel them through staff. We can't receive, the 7 of us, any further submissions by email or verbally. So it must go through staff so that we all receive information at the same time going forward. We do have third reading on the agenda to consider later. And I declare this hearing closed, seeing no further speakers, and really want to thank everyone for coming tonight. Thank you. So maybe we'll take, you want a 5-minute break? Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're back from our recess. We're now on to item 8, second reading of District of Squamish zoning bylaw amendment number 2529/2018. And I will turn over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elaine Naseby, and I'm a planner with Community Planning. This evening, we are bringing forward the second reading of a rezoning bylaw. First reading was brought to our last council on July 24th, 2018. The proposed rezoning is from the current CD 73 zone, which allows campground use, to CD 90, which aligns with the OCP's mixed employment land use designation. The subject lands are the Whistlepunk Hollow RV Park, which is no longer operating. The mixed-use development proposal is divided into 3 sites across the 2 parcels. The lands are centrally located in proximity to the district's recreation center at Brennan Park. To the west of the south site is the district-owned municipal parcel at 42,000 Loggers Lane. The lands to the south were recently developed for a multifamily residential development called 7 Peaks. To the north is the Mamquam River, and to the east are industrial use lands, including the Squamish Valley Rod and Gun Club. So the access to the parcels is via the intersection at Loggers Lane and Centennial Way. Centennial Way is designated as a truck route in the district's multimodal transportation plan. So Site 1 is 1701 Centennial Way. It's 1.4 hectares in size, or 2.4 acres. And Sites 2 and 3 are 1940 Centennial Way, 3 hectares, or 7.5 acres in size. So the 2040 OCP redesignated the lands as mixed employment, and this was in consideration of its central location and the need to provide employment space and services for the anticipated residential growth in the Brennan Park area. I'll read out the definition of mixed employment. So it applies to lands intended for a creative, complementary, and flexible mix of employment generating uses in transitional employment and light industrial areas. Supported uses in the mixed employment areas include civic, institutional, artisan, arts, culture, limited retail, business office, professional office, light industrial, residential mixed use, parks and greenways. The definition further says that residential only and retail only land uses are not supported under this land use designation. So the definition is broad and at a high level. It does not provide a target percentage or ratio of employment to residential use. Recent rezonings under the mixed employment land use designation have been to our mixed use district zones. We call them MUD 1 and MUD 2, and those range between 15 and 30% employment use. So a mixed-use zone in the district where we do designate a minimum target ratio of employment to residential is our downtown C4 zone. And in C4, a minimum of 20% of non-residential use is required. Additionally, on Cleveland Avenue, there is incentive for development to provide employment space, with an additional FAR permitted depending on whether 25, 30, or 100% employment space is provided. For council and the public's benefit, staff will review the history of this application with regards to the OCP land use designation and the proposed development. In our previous OCP, our 2009 OCP, the lands were designated greenway corridors and recreation. As mentioned, our 2040 OCP redesignated to mixed employment. So those two images on the screen, the top one is our 2009 OCP, the bottom is our current OCP. So the one on the bottom, we can see the mixed employment land use designation is the purple in the center there. The yellow color to the south is residential neighborhood. To the left is greenway corridors and recreation, that's Brennan Park. And then to the east, we have intensive industrial, reflecting the uses there. So the proposal history, the proposed development was first brought to council at a December 2016 Community Development Standing Committee meeting. An application was made in March 2017, and that application was for an OCP amendment and a rezoning. The OCP amendment was to amend the lands from their greenway corridors and recreation designation to residential neighborhood. The north site proposed to rezone to mixed use, but at that time, the south site proposed to rezone to residential only to our multifamily RM2 zone. And as you can see, the image on the screen, that was the initial application, so that had 151 townhomes on that south site. So then in June 2018, our current OCP was adopted with the current land use designation. And yeah, the area was designated and seen in the OCP as a future neighborhood node. So then, as I mentioned, July 2018, staff brought first reading of the proposal to council with a mixed use rezoning for both sites, including employment uses on the south site. And so currently the application has been revised. They've revised their RAR report, and they've made some amendments to the proposal to respond to council comments at first reading. This slide provides an overview of the proposed mixed employment zone, and so we've got employment and residential uses on both parcels. As you can see, there's retail in the order of 12,000 square feet, office on the two sites that totals 18,000 square feet. There is a total across the two sites of 266 housing units, of which 80 are purpose-built apartments and 24 of those would be secured as affordable. I will walk council through the proposed development on the two sites. So on the north site, this is a building at grade. We have the retail commercial use. And then the rest of the site one, those are some townhomes that are fronting on Centennial Way. I should mention that there is a change in grade across the two sites. So that gray tone that you see is actually concealed parking. So part of this application involves sort of backfilling to our dike, and that's under review with the inspector of dikes. And so that allows for concealed parking behind the sort of facade of the development. So those are the townhomes. On the south site, at the north end, we've got some office use as well as a childcare facility. This is a apartment building, the purpose-built apartment building, which is 5 stories. And then these are the townhomes that are on site 2. So this is the overlay where you step up in grade. And so up on the second level of the building that's at the corner of Centennial and Loggers, we've got office use, that's that blue shade, and then we've got apartments, and we'll have apartments above that as well. These are townhomes that face onto the Mampquam River dike, and then the second level of townhomes on Centennial. We have a light industrial building that fronts onto Centennial Way. That's 1 story with mezzanine. We have office use above the office and daycare. This is that 5-story apartment building. And then we've got the rest of the townhomes. So this slide shows us in sections what those heights look like. We've got at the top the townhomes facing the dike. We have a 6-story building that has the commercial, office, and then 4 stories of residential. The second image is the townhomes, also on that north site 1. And then the lower image is a cross-section through the south site, sites 2 and 3, with the light industrial building, the purpose-built rental apartment building, and the townhomes. The site is challenging from a flood review perspective. A flood hazard assessment report has been reviewed by staff, and it does satisfactorily address these items. And as I mentioned, this is subject to Inspector of Dikes approval, and so there has been communication with them. So it is a truck route, and the safety related to that will be further reviewed at time of development permit in terms of the frontage improvements, sidewalks, trails, and streetscape. The intersection is a 5-way stop that will need to be upgraded to accommodate the expected increase in traffic volume, and also to safely accommodate the corridor trail through that intersection. An initial traffic study was done for the project, and then the project was referred to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. Modi requested an additional study with regards to access to nearby Highway 99. So that was done and submitted to Modi. The traffic study found no capacity, queuing, or delay issues anticipated at the Highway 99 on and off ramps or at the Centennial Way intersection. The traffic operations were found to be anticipated operating at a level of service B or better through the year 2030. So the ministry reviewed that and basically said that they've granted preliminary approval for the rezoning for 1 year, and that was submitted in October last year. The application review process has run concurrently with the district developing our Community Amenity Contribution, or CAC, policy. So the district's CAC policy was adopted in October 2018. When staff brought the proposal's CAC to council for first reading, it had been reviewed against the draft CAC policy at that time. The applicant has now revised their CAC to align with the district's adopted policy, which it generally meets. 2 items in the CAC are discretionary. So while the applicant will provide the entire Loggers Lane and Centennial intersection upgrade, a subjective decision was made by the applicant and staff to present half of that value as community amenity contribution. So here it is shown under critical amenities in the order of $300,000. Also, the applicant offers a $350,000 value to be CAC with the intent to offset the change from the campground use at this location. And so discussions have occurred with the nearby Mamquam River Access Society campground as they need water service. There are issues with providing that water, that pressurized water service, as it has to actually go through our dike infrastructure to reach the MRAS campground. So that is still under review. So that $350,000 may provide some form of water service to the MRAS campground. It may be used for a camping initiative of the district, or council may direct it as council determines. In addition, in consideration that this is a large rezoning that would create in excess of 250 new residential units, the applicant provides additional CAC per the district's policy. As these items are not included within the district's CAC policy, their itemized inclusion as CAC is discretionary. So I'll highlight what the key site plan revisions have been in this second reading proposal. The site revisions have been primarily to the Site 2, so that southern parcel's south half. At first reading, a potential riparian back channel of Loggers Creek was highlighted, that it required further review with the potential of impacting the site plan. So that has now occurred. And so we see that in the south area. The result has been the doubling of the size of the SPIA. So we can see in our current second reading site plan, that is the SPIA along that south and east property line. And then on that first reading site plan, I've highlighted what it was at that time. In addition, the density has been reduced, so we have 9 fewer townhomes on the second reading proposal. Also, to address concern with the amount of tandem parking, some of the tandem units have been swapped out for side-by-side units, as you can see highlighted on the screen there. Also, in line with our draft waste guidelines and our direction in our OCP to move away from totes, individual totes for townhouse units, we've got communal waste rooms for these townhomes in 2 locations shown on the screen. Also, the outdoor space, the usable open space, has increased by about 3,000 square feet. Part of that was a widening of that corridor, pedestrian corridor highlighted on the west property line. Also, internal strata sidewalks have been provided. I've highlighted one there towards the west, but it occurs on most of the strata roads, so internal sidewalks. And then the daycare, so the childcare facility used to be swapped with that office, that light blue color, so it was really close to Centennial. It's now been moved away so that it's away from the truck route, and the green space with that is now contiguous with the project's usable open space. Also, the entry to the parkade at first reading was in the central, sort of in the middle area of the site. It's been located close to Centennial Way to bring vehicle traffic in and out without impacting the rest of the site, hoping that the rest of the site will be more pedestrian focused. In terms of active transportation, it is a key element of the proposed development. It is in proximity to the multi-use north-south corridor trail in the district. So the application includes a controlled pedestrian crossing of Centennial Way. It includes a trail pavilion as part of their CAC with the intention of having it on the Mamquam River Dike. That does need approval by Inspector of Dikes. A new bus stop, which I'll talk about further, and there's pedestrian and bike access throughout. There's also a trail proposed atop a potential utility corridor at our district-owned municipal parcel, the parcel to the west. So that's shown, that line to the south of that parcel would be an additional active transportation connection in the neighborhood. So transit, the proposal was referred to BC Transit, and there has been subsequent discussion with them since first reading. At first reading, council had quite a few comments related to wanting to ensure this as a strong transit hub in reflection of the neighborhood node designation. So at council, at first reading, there was the proposed one bus stop location with a pad, a pole, and a bench. And so council's thoughts were that maybe there should be an additional bus stop on the other side of the road. We did talk to BC Transit about this and reviewed it. And so at this time, the one stop is adequate because our bus service from the north and the south both enter Brennan Park from the north. So they both come down to Brennan Park, loop around, and go back. So if somebody got on a bus across the street, they would then go to Brennan Park, and it's a time stop, so they would wait, and then it would come back to where they had been. So at this time, one stop makes sense. Long term, there is a local route planned to the south along Loggers when there's enough residential density to warrant that. In terms of the location, the guidelines from BC Transit are for some distance away from that Centennial Loggers intersection to ensure that cars aren't queuing there. So that will be further reviewed at development permit. In terms of whether it should have its own bus pullout, it's felt that because there's a double yellow line there and the traffic speed is 40 or 50 kilometers and not in excess of 60, BC Transit guidelines are more that this would be not a pullout stop, but that it does make sense that the bus would stop in the lane for people to get on and off, and then it would carry on its way. BC Transit identified that the corridor trail should reroute behind the shelter. So in response to council comments, the applicant now commits to a bus, like a timber frame bus shelter, similar to our other bus shelters in Squamish, for a value of $50,000. And then from a transit perspective, rezoning these lands from their current use to employment and residential density would grow ridership on the core network. This is a high level of transit service in this area. There's currently 6 buses an hour because of the north and south that go past this site. So at parking, at first reading, council highlighted concerns that although the parking generally met District of Squamish zoning bylaw regulations, that a CD zone should go above and beyond to ensure that there are no future parking concerns. Council spoke to concerns generally in the district with townhouse parking, that in other areas we do see cars parked on adjacent municipal roads. And so the ways in which this has been addressed is that at first reading, the rental apartment building did not meet zoning bylaw required numbers, and now it does. There are fewer tandem parking and more side-by-side. So at first reading, we had 45% tandem, 55% side-by-side. Now there's 35% tandem and 65 side-by-side. The residential unit count, as mentioned, was reduced by 9 units, while the relative provision of parking has increased. And trucks and larger vehicles have been considered in a parking study, which I will show. Additionally, sorry, that's the next slide. So this actually shows, this highlights some of the townhouse parking designs. So the side-by-side units have, they do have mid-length driveways. The east and west townhouse units have full driveways that accommodate a third vehicle in a driveway. So all the tandem units have space for 3 vehicles. Having some length of driveway does allow for better landscaping in front and adds a setback from the strata street. Staff recommends that a covenant be registered on title to prevent parking over sidewalks and in strata roads. Council also spoke to storage at first reading, so wanting to ensure that there is sufficient storage. In response, the applicant did provide this detail on the proposed units that show a truck and a vehicle parking in each unit, as well as some space for storage in each of those townhouse units at grade. And then the storage in the apartment buildings is as shown on the screen. It's the yellow color. Another concern at council was noise from the nearby Rod and Gun Club. So the applicant hired an acoustical engineer to provide an acoustical report. The report found that the gun club noise did not exceed noise limit standards, but would be audible and may potentially cause disturbance to the residents due to its frequent occurrence. And noise exposure levels from road traffic on Centennial Way marginally does exceed the recommended outdoor sound level limit considered appropriate for noise-sensitive residential-led development. This study shows the sounds that were recorded, and so the report recommends exterior wall construction measures to mitigate the noise for the exterior facades of buildings that face Centennial Way from Site 1 and facades that face the Rod and Gun Club on Sites 2 and 3. And so the manner in which we would secure that is through the Land Development Agreement, or the LDA, that will be developed prior to the adoption of this rezoning bylaw. This will ensure that indoor sound levels are consistent with acceptable CMHC standards. So sewer and water modeling has been underway to determine potential off-site infrastructure upgrades, and that will be finished prior to adoption of this bylaw. Also, one of the subject to adoption items is agreement between the district and the applicant regarding the provision of a utility right-of-way that I've mentioned. So this is an image of it on the left and a plan view on the right. So it's essentially the south end of 42,000 loggers. It's currently a ditch, so it drains the property at 42,000 before it connects with Seven Peaks. And so what's proposed is a water service through there, a drainage channel, and then also that active transportation path. In terms of usable open space, since the first reading application, it has been increased by 3,000 square feet, and this image here shows how it would be activated, and that will be further reviewed at time of development permit. So the amendments to the actual rezoning bylaw, number 2529, since first reading, one was adding in alcoholic beverage manufacturing use. Light industrial use has always been included, but alcoholic beverage manufacturing use is a separate use. So the Site 2 values for maximum FAR, maximum lot coverage and usable open space have been revised to reflect the revised site plans. Section 5, off-street parking and loading. So previously it said that it would meet the zoning bylaw requirements, but now it says that it will be as shown on the attached site plan. And so that basically reflects there's one location where there's one less parking stall being provided than required on Site 1. It also is in response to those mid-length driveways on Site 2. Finally, a shared vehicle parking provision has been added to this zone. This is something that we see in our waterfront landing zone, and so that basically, it's not a requirement, but it allows the possibility of a car share in the future. And so what that provision does is it allows for every 50 residential parking stalls that if you have a shared parking arrangement, you can reduce that by 5 parking spaces. It also requires that a professional car sharing organization manage it. So budget, this slide highlights that the Loggers and Centennial intersection is not currently a DCC project, and it's not in our capital plan. The operations impact of this application would be, we already do maintain the Mamquam River Dike, but we would have an extension of the corridor trail to maintain. The trail at 42,000 Loggers would be expected to be strata maintained. So in terms of policy, the application does have a significant variety of residential type and tenure, employment use, active transportation and smart growth principles. A substantial portion of the proposed development is employment space, and the calculation is 23% of the proposed development is employment. And so the employment land strategy and the OCP both highlight the need for employment and industrial lands in Squamish. And Squamish as a tourist destination does have a need for additional campground space. So the rezoning of these lands will mean the loss of a centrally located and well-established campground. So the neighborhood node, we do have policy in our OCP around neighborhood nodes. And so the policy provides some direction for assessing proposals for neighborhood commercial development. And so the criteria that they lay out is where there is a location near key intersections, where it is adjacent to other neighborhood amenities such as parks, where there is transit connectivity. And so this, this proposal aligns with those criteria. So public consultation, there was a public information held prior to first reading at Brennan Park. And at first reading, there was 1 question and 1 public comment received. That 1 public comment related to important bird habitat, which I will speak to further. And so since first and second reading, the public consultation, the public feedback that we've had 2. 1 was concern around any development adjacent to the dike and river, except for parkland and recreational use. And there was a concern with the loss of campground use. I'll just go back. So that image on the right there shows the current condition of the sites. So they are vacant. There was a concern that people were accessing the site as it has, the previous use has shut down, and the applicant responded promptly by sort of securing the vehicle entranceways, which was great. So the environment, the bird area comment, so the Squamish River watershed is classified as an important bird area by BirdLife Canada, and that map on the right there shows the area that's classified that way. And so at first reading, council asked staff to further review this prior to second. So trees on the southern parcel do provide eagle perching, but are difficult to maintain as the land is in Squamish's floodplain and must be raised to flood construction level, or FCL, for development. So the existing trees located in the streamside protection and enhancement area will be retained and provide bird habitat. And for trees that can't be retained, mitigation measures are being explored, including artificial eagle perches. So the proposed development does align with the 4 council priority areas, the planet and the environment. So it is a mixed-use development, creating a walkable, bikeable neighborhood, reducing the need for vehicle travel, and it does include that bus stop amenity. The housing affordable and diversity. So we've got 80 purpose-built rental apartments. We've got other market apartments, townhomes, duplexes, and lock-off suites. Regarding the economy and local jobs, it creates employment land in a central location. and there are purpose-built rental apartments that add to employee housing. In terms of neighborhood connectivity and public spaces, the application addresses active transportation near Brennan Park. So I won't read out the whole recommendation. It was provided in the council report, but it essentially recommends second reading of this rezoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. The daycare space at 2,400 square feet. Is that a space that could be used for daycare? I didn't see any covenant added for any language about securing that use. Yeah, maybe we'll start there.
Sure. Yeah, for you, Mayor. That is something that we would normally secure in the land development agreement.
I guess my other question is the mention of rerouting the corridor trail around the bus stop. Is there an opportunity here to try to twin that so we're no longer on the sidewalk? That seems to be a big crux. And is that something that we could maybe consider as part of that intersection? We haven't got into detailed design of that intersection, but it seems to be a missing piece where we're having pedestrians and cyclists in one sidewalk.
Mayor Elliott, through you. So you mean like add a second bike route?
Well, just as you come through that intersection, which does need work, it's really awkward at this point. Then there's still a spot where you're up on a sidewalk adjacent to the road, rather than being separate or maybe going up on the dike earlier, or is there any...
Through you, Mayor Elliott, yeah, we can certainly look at that in the redo of the intersection. Yeah.
And then my third question I had is the pavilion on top of the dike. We're waiting for the inspector of diking to approve. If that's not approved by the inspector of dikes, then is there some provisions for something similar elsewhere, or cash in lieu, or an alternate plan?
Yeah, we've discussed that because there is an unknown there. And so, yeah, the applicant has committed $100,000 to that value. And if it can't go in that location, we will find another location.
Councilor Race and then Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. You mentioned the ratios for a couple of the other zoning models of commercial or employment to residential. Did you do a calculation for this proposal?
For this specific one?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you mention that? Did I miss that? Or?
Yep. So it's
yeah.
23%.
I thought it was right here.
Okay, so it's 23% of the proposed development is employment space, and so that's based on the square footage. So we have 60,670 square feet of commercial to 261,082 square feet of residential, and that is 23%.
Commercial including the light industrial.
Yes, so that includes anything non-residential.
And that compared to, I think you said the mud zone, which was 25%, and C4, which could be the other way around maybe.
The mud zones range from 15 to 30%, and then downtown requires 20, but we have provisions for on Cleveland 25, 30, and 100.
Thank you. Oh, I'll come back. Well, it was the CAC with respect to the campground, the $350,000. One of the options for that is just to have that paid to the district without conditions. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
That would be our choice?
Yes.
Councilor Anderson.
I note there's a reference under next implementation steps to consultation with adjacent industrial land users to determine industrial truck needs with relation to the proposed intersection upgrades. I take it that that's a part of the land development agreement that will be devised. the intersection upgrades and my question comes to the timing of them and to what degree these are safety issues that may need to be prioritized. And the reason I ask this is because in another development elsewhere, the land development agreement outlined upgrades to infrastructure with the safety as being a key issue, and we're waiting several years later before they're activated. And so is there a timing issue from the perspective of the district planning and engineering, if you like, for those intersection upgrades? What is the view of the safety conditions there and the priority of addressing them?
So the CAC does include an additional column from the applicant on timing that I didn't present tonight. So basically that intersection would be done during off-site civil servicing agreement works. In terms of needing to determine the exact alignment before the LDA, I think I'm not sure if we need to secure that before or if that would happen after.
If I could just add to that in terms of from a district perspective, because the project is not in our DCC or capital works plan, it doesn't rise to the level of importance as probably some of the other projects. We know there's an issue there, but it hasn't been yet prioritized. And this would be, in comparison to other developments, where we're looking at taking a cash in lieu for some improvements because we know there's more than just that development. I think in this case, because of its size and its location, it will probably be the lion's share of those improvements.
Yes, I'll follow up with some other questions here.
I'm happy for you to do now.
All right then. The noise assessment, in the past, there has been issues with the timing of the work done under noise assessments. This one, I read the report and I don't see whether the assessment was done on a weekend. With respect to the Rod and Gun Club, that's the most busy time, is on weekends. And there isn't a reference to consultation with the Rod and Gun Club as to how the noise assessment study was undertaken with respect to issues emanating from the Rod and Gun Club grounds. Could you speak to the consultation that has taken place with the club regarding the noise assessment?
Through your mayor, Elliott, to my knowledge, there has not been direct consultation with the Rod and Gun Club. The acoustical report does highlight the time that it did the study, and I believe that it did add an additional time as well, and I can't recall if that was on the weekend, so that is something staff could further review.
I wish to note that it's not an insignificant issue and has come up in the past with these studies. It's great that we're doing them now. It is a new routine or expectation, but the timing has come up before with when and how the studies were undertaken and can always be advised by other stakeholders. One quick final question, and that is that this area, and in particular the southerly site, has in the past been used as a wood waste landfill. And I can't be sure about specifically when, because it's almost a little bit before my time, but certainly the area was very actively used for wood waste. So I may have missed it, but has there been geotechnical assessment as to ground conditions, specifically whether there's any load-bearing issues relating to wood waste?
Through your Mayor Elliott, geotechnical reports are typically not done at rezoning stage. They're typically done at development permit or later stage, and so that is something that will come. Staff can review the contaminated site profile that every applicant does provide to see whether they've indicated any knowledge of that history. But yeah, usually a geotech report would come later in the process.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Pettingill, then Councillor French, and then Councillor Stoner, and then me.
So I understand that normally when a development comes in, it's not consistent with our OCP or our zoning. Our normal practice is to have it go through an OCP amendment with CACs and the zoning amendment with CACs, and for whatever reason, the OCP piece didn't happen this time, or we proactively changed the OCP. So with the CACs proposed here, do they are they more consistent with an OCP and a zoning amendment, or are they simply consistent with a zoning only amendment?
Through your Mayor Elliott, so the way that the CAC was broken up, the primary elements align with the zoning. So these elements align with the zoning, and then there is language in the OCP or in the CAC policy that for those larger rezoning applications, I can't recall if the language also includes OCP amendments, that it would go above and beyond. And so this is the manner in which this application proposes to go above and beyond that sort of rezoning standard level of CAC contribution.
If I could just add to that as well. The other aspect of this proposal that exceeds our normal rezoning requirements is the provision of purpose-built rental housing. So normally it would be our current standard is 10% affordable and 10% market rental. And in this case, the market rental is almost double of what would normally be required.
So would this then be consistent with a development of this size going through an OCP amendment and a zoning amendment in terms of CACs on offer in general?
I can see you.
Yeah. The CAC policy doesn't distinguish between contributions at the OCP and the zoning level. It simply distinguishes between the scale of the application. It is not expected that CACs are provided at both levels. It will be at one. It makes no distinction with the exception of size, and I think Ms. Naseby sort of tried to express that with respect to size, it's where it should be with respect to CAC contributions.
Then in terms of, can you explain the rationale for adding alcohol manufacture as an allowed use? And I'm just thinking about some of our other rules and the proximity to a daycare, which we may require on the site, Brennan Park, and then we've had some school uses near the forestry site, and what our thinking is there?
Through your Mayor Elliott, so yeah, that was simply initially this rezoning application did anticipate that use, and we thought we had captured it under the light industrial, so that was a bit of an oversight to realize it's separated. In terms of that setback from schools, I don't believe we have a, do we have a rule around?
If I may, I think the idea is that if it wasn't just a manufacturing facility, if it had an accessory lounge to it, it faces a different street than the daycare or the current school, and they probably operate on slightly different times in terms of where the peak activities are, with the school being the morning and sort of up to the working end of the day, and then any lounge, associate lounge would be during weekends or later in the evening.
And do we have any information or studies or data on the public's use of tandem parking and also tight parking? I mean, looking at the diagrams, I can't tell the exact scale, but it looks like, well, you could technically fit both vehicles in them, even when they're side by side, challenging to get in and out. So I'm just, do we have any sort of standards on buffers around cars or size, or this is a proposal and we just contemplate it here, whether or not they're big enough or would actually be used?
Through your Mayor Elliott, we don't have, well, maybe Mr. Villaniscus can further elaborate on that, but a few years ago we did look at what other communities were doing in terms of their ratios of tandem to side by side, and it did seem that communities were not supporting full tandem developments, and each community had different rules around where they were supported or not. Some were where they were closer to neighborhood nodes or if there was tandem on sort of the end units versus the middle units and so on and so forth.
Through email, just to add to that, we do have standards for the size, the minimum size of each parking space. So those are minimums, but also we are to some extent expecting that the market also dictates, these have to be units that the developer will want to sell, so they have to be practical. So we do see in some cases more than our minimum standard.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Okay, we're back to you. Councilor French?
Thank you. In the additional CAC section, we see provision of public art, $111,500. And I'd like to know if you can share anything more beyond what's in the report. Is this one major work, or is it a number of works, or yet to be determined? Just any additional?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, our previous draft CAC policy had a provision for public art in it, and there was a square foot calculation, and that's where that number came from, and so that has been retained in their revised CAC. They're still providing that.
Thank you.
Councilor Stoner?
I've been trying to sift through the integrated flood hazard management plan as I sit here to try and find the recommendations for this section of the dike in terms of, and sorry if I catch you off guard with this question, how big is that dike meant to be in the long-term picture of the integrated flood hazard management plan? And are we accounting for the necessary space for dike expansion?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, what I can say to that point is that our flood hazard staff has reviewed this application, and there has been that communication back and forth with Inspector of Dikes through the process. So my understanding is that it's supported from the geotechnical engineer who's provided the flood hazard report and is in touch with the Inspector of Dikes, and our staff has not had any red flags about that setback either.
And then touching on the MOTI study that was done with regards to access to Highway 99, just curious if you can remember if that study was specific to this application or if it accounted for overall densification of that kind of running part of Lake.
Through you, Mayor Elliott, I believe it was specific to this application. The reason I say that is the wording in the report says that there's no anticipated, or I mentioned that sort of level of service B, and the wording was that with or without this development, it will stay at that level B till 2030. So I think it focused on this development. I'd have to reread it to confirm that.
So a follow-up question there with regards to how we actually conduct traffic impact studies. I suspect that it would in part fall in line with perhaps a neighborhood sub-area plan study, but as this is an area of potential future densification, where is the best point to address that overall concern with potential traffic?
There is one thing I didn't mention in the presentation. So something else that Modi said was, they said the ministry notes that any future development application in this area may require a separate traffic study be completed for the Highway 99 Centennial Way interchange. And then with regards to your question, I think the sub-area planning process, it would factor into that.
Quick follow-up on that again. So can you remind me when the MOTI, or when the study was done for MOTI, and was that pre or post 7 peaks and Reagan's within the?
There have been 2 updates during the process. So there was an initial traffic study with the initial application, early 2017. And then there was a study for the highway that was earlier in 2018. And then that referral letter from Modi providing approval references I think it was an October 10th, 2018 update again. So there have been a few updates.
And And one more question. In terms of the $350,000 or so for the campground, I'm curious how we came to that number in terms of an amenity contribution. In particular, I recognize that one of the biggest issues with camping is a lack of space. And $350,000 in the district's pocket isn't necessarily going to be able to buy us very much space. So just curious in your thoughts.
Through you, Mayor Elliott. So that number is the number from a engineering cost estimate quote to run a water line down Centennial through the dike to the Mapcom River campground.
So I have a lot of questions about the employment spaces on the south side. We just had a public hearing on some of the changes we're making to the business park. And we talked about increasing the heights there because building a single level with mezzanine didn't really allow for a lot of great density. And so why are we going to build something that is what we're trying to move away from in the business park?
If I may, through you, Mayor. One of the constraints always is parking on the site. So on this site, the uses have to accommodate the office space, the daycare space, the industrial space, as well as the purposeful rental space. So there's only so much parking that you can accommodate. And we have to, the way we do these land development units is we secure the minimum amount. That still keeps the options open for the applicants at the development permit stage to increase that.
Never seen an applicant increase employment space. The other piece of this is the uses that are allowed there, and we're having problems in the industrial park keeping cheap light industrial space because of a mixed use. And then we're proposing the exact same uses that are causing us problems in the business park. So, so following on Councilor Pettenfield's questions, like why are we allowing liquor manufacturing close to Brennan Park and a daycare and a couple of daycares? And why would we do that given what we just talked about last hour about the conflict it creates in creating affordable industrial space?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, that could certainly be removed. That's not an important element of this. That was just sort of opening up the possibility of uses, but we can absolutely narrow down for that light industrial portion.
I have a follow-up question on that point. The definition of light industrial includes cannabis production. It has not been specifically removed from our definitions. So if we are going to move in that direction, then I think we need a broader conversation around what are the actual uses that we want there and being more prescriptive.
If I may, cannabis production has distancing requirements from residential, so certainly on this site, and it does have distancing requirements from Brennan Park, so it would not be possible in this location. And in terms of alcohol beverage manufacturing on its own, it doesn't create the issues that we've discussed for other industrial users in terms of fire separations. If there's no restaurant associated with it, even if there's a lounge, a tasting lounge, it still allows for the same classification under the building code. And we do have a mix of uses in the business park where we've got, Air House and Backcountry Brewery right next door. There's a lot of younger kids that visit Air House, but generally they're supervised with their parents. So we haven't seen those issues come in conflict yet in terms of, kids visiting facilities in the business park that are next to a brewery.
I think the issue I have is that we just heard that most of these businesses exist and can continue to exist because they have a lounge and they have to serve hot and cold food, which means then they have to put in a kitchen, which means the fire separation needs to be bigger, which means if I take the industrial space next to the person who's got the lounge, I've got to put in and the expense of that fire separation. So either we build this thing to like a maximum code, so we're not passing So even then, we would pass those costs on to whoever's gonna take that space. So this use in this small amount of industrial space doesn't, when we haven't sorted out the conflicts that it's creating in the business park, makes no sense to me in the short term. It's just like repeating, do the same thing over and over again, and get the same results to me. And I think that's what we might be doing here. Is parking allowed on Centennial? And how do we prevent it? That's a truck route.
Through you, Mayor Elliott, currently there are a lot of gravel shoulders, but with this development, we will see the streetscape and the frontage developed, so there probably won't be spots for people to park.
But there probably shouldn't be parking because it's a truck route. So, I mean, one thing we have to be mindful of is the overspill of parking. Where does that go? It either goes into the front of the parking lot or it goes onto a truck route, and maybe that's not a problem at night, but I think we have to be aware of that. Where does the 5-to-1 ratio come from on the car share to parking spot? A magical number, or is that guess?
If I may, that is a number that we used with Waterfront Landing, and when we did a rezoning on that site, we looked at other municipalities in the Lower Mainland and how they allowed the variation, and it's a pretty common practice to do a 1-to-5 ratio, and then limit how much parking you can buy out in total. And so the per every 50 units provides a limit of how much in total you can buy out.
Somehow that ratio in a very urban environment with lots of access to transit and walkable neighborhoods makes sense, and maybe doesn't right now in Squamish. So maybe it does downtown, and I'm not sure it does here in the short term. So I'm a bit nervous about that clause that we put in there, or whatever. Because we could, right now, I'm not being clear. Last council's comments was that we needed to address parking, and so all the parking's been brought up to where it needs to be for this development, with the exception of maybe one space on the north lot. And then we put in this provision that, but if you bring in car share, now we can reduce the parking by a 5-to-1 ratio to a certain amount, 50. And I'm just a little bit nervous that, is this the right neighborhood in which to do that? I'm not opposed to car sharing. In fact, I think it would be additive to this without necessarily taking away a lot of parking. So I'm a little bit nervous about that, in there, that provision.
If I may, we could put further limitations on that in the land development agreement, and maybe phase it so that it's not done all at the same time. It allows transit to be better established in this area. The way we've done it with other sites is that we secure the ability for people to buy out parking, but then we're in charge or have a say in where that car share goes. So in this case, it probably wouldn't be inside this development. We would probably look for a publicly visible space, perhaps at Bryan Park, where it gets used. It has a better chance of survival. But we could put some limitations in the land development agreement.
Any questions?
I may have missed it quickly, but I saw communal waste sites. It looked like on site 2 and 3. Is there one on site 1 as well, or are they need to cross the street?
Through Mayor Elliott, sorry, I didn't hear the beginning of your question.
The communal waste spots, are they just on site 2 and 3?
Yeah, so the site 1, all of the parking on site 1 is in that underground parking, and it will have a typical underground parking communal waste room that you would find in an apartment building. So the communal waste rooms apply to the townhomes that you can drive into on site 2.
I saw a reference to the step code, but and maybe I missed it. No commitment to any particular step code level. Is there one proposed here?
Through the mayor. So right now the minimum would be step 3, for this development, and then it depends when it gets developed. That would be determined at development permit stage. So if the development's phased, it could be that the requirements change as well.
So we've seen a few developments come in with step 5, commitments to step 5, and not just wiring for electric chargers, but some electric chargers. Can you speak to whether those are coming in as part of a CAC package? Are developers just proactively doing that now in general, or?
Through you, Mayor, there are incentives. We have a policy for development review process. So usually that's the incentive that we offer. We generally see it on smaller projects, and these bigger projects we know that we've heard some concern when we were in the process of adopting the step code. So we haven't seen one yet.
You mentioned on site 1 that the parking is sunken underground. I'm not sure. I'm curious what happens on the roof of the parking. Is it what?
Yeah, so it's sort of at grade, so you drive straight into it, but the site steps up to meet the dike. And so there is an overlay of open space, you can see it there. And then the townhomes are on top of that parkade at the dike.
Thanks for the clarification. And then I just wanted to go back to the public information sessions, and I'm sorry, I can't remember when you said that they were held. I'm kind of surprised that there was so few public comments on this scale-up proposal. And so I'm just curious about, again, going back to the proponents' efforts for outreach to the community on this one.
Yeah, the public information meeting was advertised through the normal channels. The development showcase is our mechanism for having the public indicate whether they want to have a public information meeting or not. Staff determined that even though we didn't have those 10 requests for a public information meeting, that this rezoning was substantial enough to hold one. So the applicant did go ahead and hold one, and it's correct that we have not had a lot of comment on it. The rezoning signs are up on the parcels. It's on our development showcase. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have any indication of in what order this would happen, or any phasing of the whole project, or is that something that we work with the board on during the land development agreement, or?
That is something that we generally try to establish before we go to public hearing. So it is something that we'll work with the applicants to bring this information forward. At this point, we've just been sort of trying to figure out the site layout, and that often impacts the phasing.
It's hard to tell from the drawing what the plan is for drop-off and pick-up from the daycare.
Through you, Mayor Elliott, there are some parallel parking stalls. I can't zoom in anymore. So so the daycare is that purple building, and there are those stalls that are out front of it, and so that has been brought up with the applicant as to whether those would have some limitation on them at certain times of the day for pickup and drop off.
But if I pull in, I have to drive all the way around the Strata Road to park on that side to drop off. Or I park on the left side or on the right side further up in those parallel parking stalls, and then to get out, I've got to drive up and around. So there's a traffic. So potentially during the morning, that community feels like quite a bit of traffic that's not resident there moving through the site to drop off.
Yes, this is a mixed-use site. So the previous iterations, I don't believe had this, but essentially we worked with the applicant to make sure that we're limiting the exposure to residences, and so they would basically flow through, so impact this side of the site.
So then you have to protect the spots on both sides of that road for drop-off.
Yes, on certain hours.
In terms of the dike, how do we do maintenance if this goes all the way, this infill all the way up to the dike? Because generally we have a dike maintenance right of way. That's on top of, like now, a landscaped area, and the dike right of way goes all the way back to the internal strata road.
Through you, Mayor Elliott, that is what is the sort of subject of that Inspector of Dikes review and approval. My understanding is that the sort of strength of that underground parkade is seen as sort of a good thing to sort of enhance the dike, but that is being reviewed by the Inspector of Dikes.
So there's a problem with the dike, and so now there's a parkade there. If we have to do something that disrupts the landscaping or the parkade in any way, then we've got to fix that back to where it was originally. Do we have a liability there? If the dike breaches there, if something happens there.
Our obligations to replace landscaping would be outlined in the statutory right-of-way, the maintenance right-of-way. We can set that to whatever level we deem appropriate. So if there's stamp concrete in there, we don't have to replace it with stamp concrete. So we can manage that risk through the stamp right-of-way.
So the children's play area that is within our dike right-of-way, that would be maintained by the strata. Yes, but if we went in and needed to do work there and damage that, we could just put in our right-of-way, well, sorry, you put that in our right-of-way and we don't need to fix it.
That we can, yes, we can do it if we want to, yes.
Do we want to? Like there's
I
expensive infrastructure here. So if we're gonna build right up to the dike, I don't wanna be responsible for someone else's property if we have to go in and fix a dike, which is a life safety.
I don't think we've thought that those details right through the very end. Suffice to say that Mr. Ralston's on this file with the Inspector of Dikes, and if he's not comfortable we can't maintain the dike, we're not going to move forward with this particular proposal.
I know that we'll always maintain the dike if we have to. I just don't want to be responsible for returning it to this beautiful landscape property that's been put in our dike right away. That's expensive for us to do. Normally we get a setback from the dike and a right of way that we can just drive big trucks on and then drive off. And it's not landscaped, and there's no playground there. And so that's what I'm concerned about. It's not that we can't fix it. I know we'll fix it. I just don't want to pay to dress back up. Hopefully, Mr. Wilson's considering that with the Inspector of Dikes. I think my last question, although I'll scroll through here, is this is a truck route, there's no doubt about it, but it's also a safe route to school on the corridor trail and a safe route to Bryan Park for a lot of children. So that intersection, you know, it sort of contemplates a traffic circle there right now. Children don't get traffic circles. Children are told to stop and wait till trucks stop or cars. So I think we have to design that intersection with children and trucks in mind. It's tricky right now, but we've never had an accident there because there's stop signs. So I just don't want to forget that we're designing our community for 8 and 80-year-olds, and that includes truck routes.
Thank you. So this discussion on dikes is piqued my curiosity again. Could you go back to the slide that has the cross sections on it, please? Yeah, that's the one I'm having. I need stronger glasses, I guess. It's in the report. Because the red line, I think, and no, I can't quite read that even. I think that's the property line. But then there's another line, it's the toe of the dike. It's slightly different. And I'm just trying to think of the experience we had on the blind channel. I'm not an expert in dikes, but I know we went through this with potential for buildings butting up against what, before we went to the sheet pile, we were considering, the standard slope dike, which is what that is. And there was an issue with actually pushing a building right up to the toe of the dike even, let alone becoming part of the dike structure. But that, if I read it all correctly, there is a setback there from the edge of the building. So if you're going into all those vertical lines and you start on the right side, that dotted line is, I guess, the building. And then the next one is the toe of the dike. So there is that setback there. So that, and I'm not the engineer, but that looks normal to me. I guess what's different about this scenario compared to others is the backfill and filling in between the building and the top of the dike. And what happens with that, as the mayor says, if we have to access the side of the dike. And then the other question that was asked earlier is with respect to the super dikes that are in the integrated flood hazard management plan. This is probably a 1 in 200 level dike, which is sort of the provincial standard at the moment, I understand. But the recommendation is over the next how many years we start upgrading our dikes to 1 in 500 years, which raises the height and necessarily will extend the toe up because of that. And would we be able to do that? Because that's one of the things we'll determine in this review. Or does the building have to kind of be shifted over a little bit more to provide for that? And so I guess I've got the same worries that the mayor has with respect to the backfill, and does that in any way impede our maintenance of it? But the second thing is, do we have the capacity, maybe 1 or 2 decades from now, to go to the 1 in 500 year level? If it's time for that dike to be upgraded to the 1 in 500 year level and raise the height and extend out the toe a little bit. And that's maybe a question we can't answer right now, but I think that's, to me, that's perhaps one of the concerns about this scenario, and the backfilling up to the top of the dike. I'm not sure that happens anywhere else in the district, because I'm not aware of it.
If I may, it does happen on the Mount Blind Channel. The developments that are going along there, it is a dike. It has a toe, and there is fill. Like the top of the dike essentially comes flush with the building, with the ground floor of the building. But we can certainly bring all those details if this proceeds to a public hearing or to another reading. Our understanding, working with our flood expert in-house, is that this is an acceptable solution that is being proposed, but we can certainly bring the details.
Process question, do we have an option of referring this back to staff before?
Yes, we do. One of the things that's in our strategic plan is looking at affordable housing that's not just all condos, but trying to look at the different forms of housing, because our workforce, especially that middle income that might choose a townhome, not everyone wants to raise their family in a condo. And so is there an opportunity with this development to shift some of the affordable housing to the townhomes so that we get a mix of affordable? So there's affordable in the rental building, but also income tested.
Through you, Mayor, we would have to work with the applicant to see if that's possible from their end.
Any other questions? some part of it, inopportune. I don't like putting motion on the floor, it's something that is.
I'll ask the question while we're waiting. Do we know what the percentage of employment space was in the original application that came forward?
Through you, Mayor, I don't. The north site was similar to what we're seeing now, and the south site was 100% residential.
I had to notice the very generous allotment for public art, and which is welcome, of course, and I recognize that the policy work that was done years ago that you referenced. Nearby, however, as we speak about community or think about community amenity contributions, we have the spawning channels. They were installed, I believe, early 80s, and sometimes these channels can need some fairly extensive upgrades. We've seen that elsewhere. These ones appear to be in good condition. They were installed by the Watershed Society in an early project with the Department of Fisheries, and since then, streamkeepers have been monitoring them. My question is there any assessment of the prospect of involving or considering any contribution towards those spawning channels, which will certainly be an amenity to this future neighborhood?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, that has not been a consideration, but it has not been a consideration so far.
Thank you.
Okay. Council, I want to put a motion forward. Council Reese?
Yeah, I'll move second reading.
Anybody want to second that? Second by Council Bryan. Want to speak to that, Council Reese?
Sure. This is second reading, and for me, this is not by any stretch approval. In principle, that's third reading typically. So for me, we're close enough to allow this to proceed through the process and go to public hearing. And I think it is. It's improved certainly since the last discussion we had, at least the mayor and I had almost a year ago now. And ratios have changed to better open space, and there's been consideration to many of the comments there. So there may be some further tweaking staff and will do before the public hearing, but from my perspective, it meets the threshold to continue on through the process.
Yeah, a lot of work has gone into this, it's clear to me, and I think the proponent has done a great job of coming to our community with a community amenity contribution that's exemplary. I'm impressed with it. I think that this project deserves to go to public hearing.
I'm not going to support the motion. I think there's too many outstanding questions that I have that I'd like to see clarified before it goes to a public hearing. Once it goes to public hearing, we can't negotiate that any further. It's much more difficult once it's in the public's hands. So the issues around the dike, the mix of office space and trying to maximize the employment land use here, I think is important. I'd like to see if we can have more options on the affordable housing piece. The CAC contribution for the campground, I do not want to see a water pipe going through the dike, so I wouldn't support the CAC going in that direction. And to Councilor Stoner's point, is that then sufficient CAC to help us replace the camping that's lost by rezoning, especially that southern site? The idea of big eagle perches just doesn't make sense to me. Eagles like trees, so we should keep trees or plant more trees. So there's a few outstanding things here that I'm not comfortable with and I would rather see addressed before it goes to public hearing. I saw your hand, Councilor Anderson, there, and then Councilor Pengo.
Yes, I'd like to recognize the work that has been done since, 3 years now, as I understand it, and the presentation was, I found very helpful. It's a site with challenges. There's been a lot of work to meet concerns regarding employment uses in particular. There's been lots of lessons I can see applied, diverse lessons applied from diverse other projects. But I have to speak to the trade-offs here, and we're not only talking about a campground, but other potential uses for this site, tourist commercial, other industrial. Industrial has been a topic for us this evening. But the main trade-off, and the one I'm concerned most about, is the truck route. This truck route access, like we have here on Centennial Way from Highway 99 to from Highway 99, is extremely rare, and it's an opportunity not replaceable for long-term community needs. Like to the east of this site will be future medium industrial. In my opinion, that's probably how it will go because of the demands for that category of industrial land. We have active quarries, provincial government quarries, so that we need to consider what's going to take place further east and consider that in our truck route planning. Having said all that, I'm convinced there's momentum towards resolving a lot of these issues, and I'll just put my trust in that. I think there's been good listening here so far, and so I'm happy to support it for second reading.
I'm not prepared to support this at this point in time. Legal purchase are part of it. The campground, it's not just, I mean, Site 2 and 3 is already zoned as a camp site. We've had very strong public communication that there's need for more camping. And it's that campsite, it's near Brennan Park. I mean, its location is pretty important, so it's not just can we get another site for $350,000, it's can we get another site with that sort of location. People I've spoken to, even with the water pipe, the MRAS doesn't fit the bill, and so I do have concern. Even this generally meets our CAC policy that we're paying enough attention to the camping issue with this. And I guess as a bit of a sidebar, I hope there's an opportunity for us to review our CAC policy and or some of our zoning. I know we're doing some zoning review. I was a bit surprised to see an OCP policy that we only expect 10% adaptable housing, and so that's maybe not particularly this, but just came up for me. So yeah, I think there's still a few issues for me to work out on this. I hope they can be worked through, but not quite there yet on this one.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor
Thank you. Coming into these things in the midst is an interesting process. So I tried to, and I appreciate referencing what the opening position was and where we're at now, and I appreciate how it's changed, and I think it's moving in the right direction. I do have a lot of questions around the diking the issue, and there seem to be a lot of ifs here, and I would like to know more about that inspector dike issue and how that will potentially affect the layout. And I feel like we have too many variables there to go forward. So I won't be supporting it at this time without some more answers. So.
I also will be supporting the motion on the floor at this time. I think that there are still a number of questions that are worth going back to the proponent and getting our own ducks in a row before this goes to public hearing. In particular, I have concerns and questions around the employment space and the mixed use employment space, given the conversations that we had earlier today in the business park. I think we need to clarify what it is that we mean by light industrial uses in that space versus office and business, or sorry, alcohol manufacturing. I also think that there's some clarification that's needed on the dike issue, and I think that we can get that internally, but I'd like to see that before it goes to public hearing. And last but not least, I support the Mayor Elliott's position on trying to identify if we can get more diversity in terms of the affordable housing units in that mix of housing stock. think that's an important piece as we move forward as well.
So I'm cognizant that I've heard for councillors who don't support moving forward with second reading, but I haven't heard their intent to defeat this. I've heard their intent to get more information back before we go. So I wonder if the people who put the motion on the floor might want to withdraw it and rather refer this to staff, because if we defeat it tonight, the proponents can't bring it back. And I'm not sure that's what I heard from people opposing the vote. So those who put the motion on the floor, you have the option here to withdraw your motion, or else it will be defeated at second reading and really tie the proponent's hands here.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. So then we need another motion on the floor. Councillor Stoner.
I move that this goes back to staff for further consideration with the proponent of the topics discussed at this evening's meeting.
Someone want to second that? Second by Councillor Herford. Any other comments? Okay, thank you for your work. This is a great report.
I'll call the question.
Call the question. Oh, did you have a comment?
Oh, I was going to
Well, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Do people need a break? Just a couple minutes. So 5 minutes to stretch, and then we'll come back and finish this off. We're on to number 9, financial services borrowing approval for fall 2019 MFA debt issue. This is the first time this council's been through this?
They have.
Yeah, a
This
little
is,
background, please,
So
Ms.
I
Matthews.
will do it as quickly as possible. I know everyone's tired. Christine Matthews, Chief Financial Officer. As part of your just-in-time learning, this is yet another step of borrowing within our bureaucratic system of borrowing regime. Just for context, loan authorization bylaws were already in place, and that did include a public approval or an electoral approval process. So you do have public consultation on this, or public input into the fact that you can go to borrowing, or were authorized to go for borrowing. Capital expenditures incurred have already been incurred and were included in your financial plan bylaws of the time that those expenditures were incurred. We are now at the stage where we are putting out what is called municipal security issuing resolutions. This is essentially council's authorization for us to take our interim funding processes to a long-term borrowing tool. In our case, debentures with sinking fund regimes. But we are required by law to only do that through our regional government. They can only borrow on our behalf. We cannot borrow directly. And so these resolutions in front of you direct staff to or authorize us to go for borrowing on a long-term basis, and also request the Squamish Lillooet Regional District to issue a security issuing bylaw on our behalf. The debt that we're contemplating here has an estimated service cost, annual servicing costs for these two borrowings together of $234,222 per annum. $56,581 of that would come from the general fund, and $177,641 would come from the solid waste utility. Those estimates are based on 10-year amortization periods, and right now the going rate for a 10-year term is anticipated to be about 2.48%. Unless council has further questions, we are requesting that the two resolutions in front of you on page 299 of the agenda be
I think aerial apparatus is a fire truck, and if that's correct, is this the fire truck with the big ladder that we bought, and this is servicing debt related to that?
through the mayor. That is correct, and this is a portion of the cost of that vehicle. The rest came from the equipment reserve.
Let's move to staff recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Does that for both?
Have to be separate.
Have to be separate. So Councillor Curtis moved the first one.
I'll take the fire truck because that's more fun than this.
Okay. So Councillor Curtis and seconded by Councillor Stoner moved the fire truck one. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Who wants to move the vertical landfill extension? Councillor French, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Somebody's got to be heavy lifting. Okay, we have a consent agenda in front of us. That includes minutes and letters, so if you need to pull a set of minutes or pull a letter, this is your time to do it. Councillor Anderson.
Yes, let's pull item number 12 under correspondence, Canadian Wood Council.
Councillor Stoner.
Number 4, under correspondence.
Councillor Pettengill.
Number 11.
You do want to go home, you guys. Any others? We're good? Okay, I'll go in order. Oh no, I'm going to approve the rest of the consent agenda. So we'll pull those and deal with them in a bit. Someone want to move the rest of the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The letter from the students was under 12A. It was moved under the delegation, so we dealt with that. And so, where am I dealing with this? Well, that was correspondence. Where do I deal with the letters that we pulled? That's 12A. Am I doing that there, Robin?
I guess you are. Yes, it's 12, it's 12.
Because we're moving it to action.
Well, I thought it usually came after approval of the minutes, but.
It does come after approval of minutes.
That's what I thought. Anyway, we'll do it under 12A. Why not? Sure. Item 4, Councillor Stoner.
I was not here during the conversation for Safe Routes to School, and so I wasn't sure what happened with the feedback, but it seemed like there was some very detailed feedback from M. Simons on Safe Routes to School, and I was going to suggest that it get forwarded to our active transportation, Dorgan, sustainability coordinator for consideration along with the other feedback that was received.
Someone will second that? Seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 11. That's quite good.
Yeah, I wanted to forward this to the ADP, and I'm not sure if it would be appropriate to staff as well, but ADP for sure.
So Valor-6, can we send things to the ADP? I'm not quite sure how that works because they're not really, they don't really report to us, but they are a standing committee.
We haven't done this. The mandate of the ADP is to review and advise council and staff on essentially the form and character of the design of buildings, and in some cases policy projects, but we don't normally send communication to the ADP.
So how do we make sure that community feedback to some of their guidance is reflected back to them?
Usually for policy projects, so when we do policy work, we gather community feedback and stuff that comes in, not directly, the engagement process also makes it in there. And then we go to the ADP. ADP has a bit of a unique role in that there's supposed to be like an independent review. So there is community feedback, there's council considerations, there's the professional opinion of staff, and then the ADP is also supposed to provide kind of like architect, engineer point of view.
So what is the option here for Council Pettengill, to refer it to staff?
I think that's probably a better option.
Consideration?
That's fine.
That's moved by Council Pettengill, seconded by Council Race. All in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Councillor Anderson, number 12, meeting with council.
Yes, I'd like to recommend that this correspondence be directed to staff. The letter outlines the community recognition awards for wood buildings, and Squamish has 3 buildings which in the past have either been recipients or nominees for this award program: the Adventure Center, the Environmental Learning Center, the Chuckness Center, and the Ocean Pavilion. And this is a sector targeted in our economic development strategy. So I'd like to suggest, as per staff's discretion, that this letter be brought to the attention of economic development as well as real estate. Whistler has received significant benefits in the form of technical assistance from this program, and that's dollars which we need for our ambitions in our real estate and facilities strategy. And these people can be partners. So I'd like to suggest real estate and economic development departments should be interested in this correspondence.
Moved by Councillor Anderson, second by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We've got minutes here. Recommendations from the committee of the whole that staff investigate possible options for scoping a gap analysis in 2019 and investigating repurposing SMC funding and bring it back to council for discussion. Moved by Councillor Riggs, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Affordable housing policy strategy. That we accept the affordable housing program report from COLA Development and accept the affordable housing strategy and action plan dated February 19th. And that the policy we refer to as the perpetual affordable housing policy be brought back to re-examine the eligibility requirements. Moved by?
I can vote separately.
Okay, never mind the perpetual affordable piece. So just the report and the affordable housing strategy and action plan. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And that the District of Squamish Council refer the perpetual affordable housing policy back to staff to re-examine eligibility requirements. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. All those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. On the Squamish Lillooet Regional District referral for the temporary use permit on Britannia Beach, we write a letter to the Environmental Assessment Office to consider reopening the environmental assessment certificates for wood vibrant fortis if workforce housing is considered necessary for those projects. Can I do this one together? The District of Squamish requests, no, we'll do that one separately because that's to the EAO. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by myself. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And that we request an extension from the SLRD on TUP number 64, expecting an upcoming review from the EAO on the work camp. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The District of Squamish directs staff to prepare the zoning bylaw and official community plan amendments which introduce residential rental tenure zoning. Based on the feedback they received June 11th from committee of the whole, and that staff consider phase 2 of residential rental tenure in the broader zoning bylaw update. Do you have anything to that? Moved. You need to declare conflict.
Yeah. So my business occupies one of the properties that is under consideration this file, so I will excuse myself while the process.
Okay, thanks. Moved by Councillor Riggs, second by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And on short-term rental phase 2 engagement update and preferred option selection that Council received the report June 11th, and we endorsed the short-term regulatory option C described in the short-term rentals phase 2 engagement update and preferred option selection report, and the Council directs staff to report back with draft bylaw amendments required to enact the option C regulatory framework, along with an implementation plan schedule and resourcing to implement the framework, taking into account comments made at committee of the whole on June 11th. Moved by Council French, second by Council Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Any business arising from minutes? Seeing none, committee of the minutes and reports. Received the minutes from the May 30th Smoke Plus Committee meeting, moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Kadwell. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. That we received the minutes from June 5th for the Public Arts Select Committee, moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And there's a recommendation that the Public Art Committee commit $3,000 towards the restoration of the Stan Clark Park mosaic and repurposing of the removed pieces around the park. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Councillor Anderson was opposed to that motion. Do you want an opportunity to speak to that, or you just, or I just sort of skipped over that. I didn't realize that was coming, so.
That's fine. My concern is the uses of that money. That's a significant amount of money. I'm intimately familiar with the project and the pieces involved, and it's just a rather generous amount. We earlier this evening were discussing allocations to Canada Day, and I looked at this item here, and I looked at the outcomes and benefits from this project relative to other things we could be doing with that amount of money. I'm sorry, I'm not able to support it.
We don't have any in-camera announcements or unscheduled public attendance. Any questions, Mr. Chua?
No, I'm good.
I think you want to go home too. Any councillor staff announcements?
Just on in-camera announcements.
It was brought forward under the special meeting when we opened the meeting.
Okay.
Back up to the public. Am I right on that? I think we made appointments to the Public Art Committee, but it came out in the open. But
Right there.
Exited the special meeting.
Okay.
So it was dealt with then. I asked the same question. Councillor Stoner.
Just a council announcement. I don't think I have actually reported back that after the Lower Mainland Local Government Association meeting, I joined the board for the LMLGA. The first meeting is tomorrow. So just letting folks know that I will be at that time.
Any other announcements?
Just congratulations to all the people who participated in this Buckwest mountain bike race this past weekend. One of our own staff members came out unscathed. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
No casts, no slings. I heard some feedback from the racers who said it was a great course and they enjoyed the weekend. So congratulations to all those who were involved in the organization, the volunteering, and the participating in that event.
You're going to talk about how you got to dance?
Oh, no. Well, yeah, so I did get to dance at World Ocean Day. That was interesting in front of the whole school. But what I wanted to call out mostly was got to participate in the New Awakening with much of council, and it was the first time I've been formally called to witness something, and it's quite an honor to have that opportunity. I don't consider myself a very spiritual person, but standing at that location and seeing the community, really felt the attachment and understand the attachment to the land that the nation feels, and the sense of community there is just incredible. And so thank you to the RCMP and the Squamish Nation and everyone for working so well together and making that happen. It was really a special day.
Thank you. Councilor Bird.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to attend the Community Forest Association of British Columbia meeting or conference in Mission over the last week, and it was amazing to see what other communities across the province have done with their community forests, and I look forward to applying lessons learned to further work with our community forest project. Also, I'd like to congratulate the grads. Big weekend in Squamish, commencement and prom. And, it was very inspiring to see sort of the next generation taking those steps forward. So yeah, I think that's it for me.
Excellent. Yes, congratulations to all the grads. That was very wonderful evening. I was super nervous. I was one of the crowd since the election campaign. So it was great to be there. And also World Oceans Day with the whole of Manicom Elementary, and they have already followed up, and I have an envelope of letters with ideas from grade 2, 3 class at that school. And so our young people in this community are like getting switched on. I was talking to our superintendent, and she said those students are hearing loud and clear that this council wants to engage with them, and they're really excited about that. So I don't think we'll see that let up. So be prepared to dance more, Councilmember. And read more letters from youth. I think they're really starting to take up their leadership role in our community. And I know that our youth strategy survey is out there, and we are looking for young people to join the committee. So please spread that survey on your social media feeds if you can, Council. That's great. And with that, motion to terminate. By Councilor Everett, second by Councilor French. All those in favor? Yes. Any opposed? Time to go home. Thanks everyone for your work tonight.